Hello, everybody. Welcome again to another edition of Victory Never Sleeps. As you can see, it's just me for right now. We do have our special guest for the evening joining us at some point. He is currently trying to work out some technical difficulties. So we will make do in the time that we've got. Got a lot of exciting things tonight. This is the first show that we've done that's based around a topic. So it'll be a mixed bag. It'll be answering some questions as we typically do, but it'll also be Witan Svan talking to us a bit about the Eddic poem, the Gylfaginning. And that should be interesting. And we have a lot to that whenever he's technologically solvent and on here. In the meantime, I suppose I will plug first and foremost, I'd like to plug our Winter Nights celebration in Ohio. That's coming up very soon in just a couple of weeks. And if you guys are able to make it, you should absolutely do it. It'll be worth your while. This is a new site. We've never done it at this location. I'm looking forward to being there. Since the last time we've had Winter Nights, Ohio has just taken off. A lot of new members there, a lot of great people. I'm looking forward to meeting those that I haven't met and spending time with my Ohio friends and my, Northeast friends that I haven't seen in a while. So it'll be pretty nice. So what I probably should do, I'll take a look on here. There's a couple other things we'll get to, but I want to get to the final. Apparently I cut out here without answering 2 questions last week. Promise that's not on purpose. I don't ever intend to do that. It's always my job to answer your questions and get to everybody. As I assure you guys, I'll do my best doing. I also don't mean to duck any questions. So, every now and again, somebody who's a member of AFA leadership or something will have a cheesy joke question that I may not get to, depending. But before I left off last time, Jaybird209 asked, is the AFA only for whites? Yes, as a matter of fact, we are. We're an ethnic faith. Asatru is the ethnic religion of Northern European peoples, of Aryan peoples generally, and of folks that are commonly identified and would identify themselves as white people. And we're proud of who we are. We're proud of where we come from. We're proud of our gods, and we're proud of our faith. And Brendan asks, what is your advice for connecting with the gods as a new believer? Keeping it simple and keeping it from the heart. I think that the more stress that we put on wondering if we're doing it right or wondering how similar what we're doing is to something that our ancestors did, I think all of those things cloud our mind and cloud our intent, especially when we're brand new. I think just coming before your altar or being in whatever your private special space that you want to engage in worship at is, and making some sort of good faith offering, be it, some incense or a shot, something very simple, and just opening up and saying, hey, here I am. I'm listening. This is for you. I'm listening. That was a big thing for me when I first got involved with Asatru. Is a couple other people were involved with me at the time, and we decided to take, I believe, 2 weeks each for a selection of our gods and goddesses, and just do that. Have time where we came before our altar space and just basically made an offering and said, hey, we're here, we're listening, this is for you, I hope you accept it, and seeing what happened. And I thought that was extremely powerful. It seems very simple, but it meant a lot to me. It taught me a lot when I first got involved, and it really got the relationship with the gods off on a very good foundation. And so that's what I would suggest to folks that are just starting out. And while I was answering that question, we are joined by our special guest this evening, My friend, sometimes technically challenged, Witan Svan Herul, here to lay down some Eddic wisdom for us. Welcome, Svan. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Excellent. Yeah, we had a little bit of technical difficulty on some of the other devices, so I shifted over to here. So we're trying to make it work.
Looks like we got it all figured out. Glad you're here with us. Got a couple of questions on the side, and I figure we might as well clean slate that before we get into our main topic of the evening. King of Cheese, Matt, I have a question. I'm eventually going to make weapons for each Hoff, but what do you think would fit Frey's Hoff? I know he gave up his sword, an antler sword. You know, that's a good question. I think whatever you feel moved to make, I'm sure would be more than appropriate. I think a sword is fine. I think if you did, I don't know, maybe a sword with a decorative antler handle would be kind of cool. Or if you're really creative and you wanted to create some kind of, I don't know, weaponized antler with a grip on it and sharpened brow tines or whatever, I think you could kind of go wherever your heart desires on that. I'm sure whatever you do would be respectful and something that brings honor to our gods. And by the way, I realize that your name is Tony, but I'm probably always going to call you King of Cheese because I think this is the coolest handle we have on here. So please do not be offended by that. Pam, when will the national event for Njörðr be announced? It will be announced just as soon as we decide on it. We've got some talk on the back end with the Gothar in your district to figure that out. We got to balance it with what works good for you guys, what's not already taken by one of our other Hoffs, what's seasonally reasonable to do in North Florida. So we're thinking of all those things, but I promise you will know very soon after I know. And we got Green Leader. I only recognize that name for Twitter, so I'm not sure if he's one of the folks joining us on Twitter tonight. So you guys know, tonight is the first time we are simulcasting over Twitter. So that's exciting and that's new, and hopefully that reaches some folks that don't normally get reached by this. That was kind of a cool feature that we figured out this last week and that Nick perfected on how we can use that. Anyways, Green Leader, how was your experience on T-Jump's YouTube channel? Do you think he treated you fairly? Yeah, so for those of you who don't know, there's a gentleman named Tom Jump that is an atheist and a guy that's interested in philosophy and belief. I was invited on his program. Both he and his producer were very nice. I do think I got treated fairly by him. I knew his audience is not really our audience. We quibble amongst faiths here sometimes in the conversation, but I've stressed this. I think that our biggest dissimilarity isn't with people of different faiths. It's with people of no faith. I think people who are, the difference between atheism and theism is much greater than the difference in a particular religion because it affects so much of your worldview. But no, I think that me and Mr. Jump come from very different directions on where we place our value systems and on how we judge value in the world around us. I think that he gave me ample opportunity to express my thoughts. I felt like I was treated fairly and treated well by him. Like I said, it's atypical compared to a lot of his other programs. So we both came into it with a little bit different attitude than I think some of the other speakers that he has. We weren't really getting in fights or playing gotcha with each other. So it may have been a little bit less exciting than some of the other more knockdown dragouts. But yeah, I appreciate the opportunity and I appreciated the politeness. He also worked with my schedule. His schedule and mine are almost exactly opposite, and they're very accommodating to mine. So I really appreciate that. And I'm glad you listened. Got one more question from Human Manipulation Nation. Good to see you back on here tonight. Is there any update on the Academy and how it's going for the young blood? Kind of, sort of. We're only a couple of weeks in, so there's not a lot of substance other than there's a continued interest. So we continue to have students wanting to sign up a little bit late, but now that they've seen that it's launched and it's a trustworthy thing, it's not just an idea, it's not just what will happen, it's what is happening. So that's been really nice. And we've also done some research for Canadian students because their system isn't as cooperative as ours is when it comes to homeschooling. But we've learned positively that some provinces are very well geared towards homeschooling, and provinces that you wouldn't normally think that about. So we're making progress exploring that. Without any further ado, Witan Svan, can you tell us about the Gylfaginning, where it comes from, what it is, and feel free to go ahead and start off with what you want our folks to know about it this evening.
So the Gylfaginning or Gylfaginning, or I mean the translation of it is hard for a lot of folks as far as exactly how it's kind of placed together. I always say the Gylfaginning, the tricking of King Galfi, the delusion of King Galfi, or the kind of illusion of the mind, if you will, is really Snorri Sturluson's setting up of more or less a handbook or a manual for skalds to utilize as a backdrop, a format in order for them to continue on the tradition of poetry. There are many different styles of poetry that were utilized, and I think that this represents the corpus of lore as a story to be transformed into poetic format. I think that was his first and foremost intention. I believe that Snorri Sturluson was an Icelandic nationalist, especially given the time of politics with Denmark and with Norway. And one of the key factors, I think, in his drive, almost in a sense of formulating national pride, was to keep the poetic formulations alive and to keep them going. And this coming quite a long time after the conversion of Iceland in the year 1000. By 1220. Snorri Sturluson and Saxo Grammaticus were starting to really formulate their lore and build it together. And it wasn't found till a lot later and actually, disseminated. But it was more or less, I think, its intention was set early on. And that's why, like, during the Gylfaginning, when you see a lot of things, he references other skalds, and he pulls from the poetic Eddas and shows that he mentions certain skalds utilizing things in references to the shields of Valhall, or just in the turnings of certain verses, he'll say, such did Bragi the Wise, or actually, let me see, I have one of their names right here. Let me see.
So while Svan's looking, some of you might not know, as far as Svan's street cred, Svan is by birth an Icelander. So he's sharing some of the nation of his birth's heritage and poetic tradition with us tonight. I always default to Svan on pronunciation and things of that nature.
Yeah, it says, like, thus says Bragi, the ancient skald, that Gefjon drew from Gylfi, gladly the waves drove, free hold. So he's referencing how they would utilize it poetically. And when you get translations, there are a lot of different translations, but the idea of transferring meaning and also holding to a alliterative format is the big I would say, the biggest hurdle that a lot of translators try to do. They don't want to lose the meaning, but they want to try to maintain the poetic format, predominantly being in fornidhuslag, the old style of alliterative rhyming in Icelandic. Yes, I was, for a lot of people that might not know, I was born in Iceland. I was born in Reykjavik. I grew up speaking Icelandic until I was about 6 years old, and then I moved to the United States. So that's why I don't have an accent. I was the baby of the family and came here. And my father is American, but he worked for NATO and spoke the language. And for the longest time growing up, I remember thinking that he was a police officer when he was in uniform. He worked with NATO up there and was a sub hunter. So he was looking for Russian submarines and was working with them. So as far as my linguistics go conversationally, I would not be so filled with hubris to proclaim I have conversational, but pronunciation and reading it, and also being able to look through translations and kind of get an idea based off of other words what they may mean is the huge, I think, strength that me and you kind of often pass around, is the idea of what could these things mean. There's a perfect example is like with Ymir, or a lot of Americans call it Yimmer. The Ymir goes by another name, Orljelmur. The G is not a hard G, and Yelmur means to scream or to roar or to primordial sound. And Aur is often translated to being like clay, but I think it means shaping. And so because it denotes to what you can do with clay, not necessarily clay itself. So the primordial shaping sound would be, I think, a more spiritual translation as opposed to maybe a literal one or a poetic one. So that's where I think for a lot of people to understand my reasonings behind it is because it's coming from a spiritual point of view as opposed to trying to keep the poetic or even the linguistic truth to it. And again, these are my interpretations, but interpretations are based every publishing company and scholar, and I am not by any means like a schooled scholar. I've just been a believer since the early 90s and have long since just poured over a lot of the writings to try to make a better understanding from a spiritual perspective. So
Svan may not be a lettered scholar in these subjects, but he is a practicing priest of the Aesir. He sits on the Whitton of the Church of the Aesir in Midgard, certainly the largest and most successful real Alsherjargothi organization there is. I think Svan's expertise is self-evident when you hear him talk, but certainly he is absolutely an expert in the field. The other thing I'd like to say at this juncture, and Svan brought it up, word meaning is so very important. When you look at names, if they're in a foreign language, they may sound cool or different, but names mean things. And I think that sometimes, with the exception of a few of them in English, we've lost that connection between the name and its meaning. That's extremely important in our lore. The gods didn't come to us and introduce themselves by name. The name was assigned to them by worshipers based on perception of the deity. It's very important to understand the names for the high gods, for their accoutrements and, things associated with them, but also for, the lesser characters in our myth cycle. But etymology and understanding names adds such a depth to our lore. I know a lot of you are already there and already do it, but for some of the new folks, maybe take the time to, go down those rabbit holes of etymology as you read our lore. And I think that your understanding will be much richer because of it.
Yeah, I'm looking at some of the comments on the side here. Tracy Adler brings up, the Gylfaginning. The F in the middle of the word is usually a V sound. Gylva is, of course, King Gylfi, and his ginning, his tricking of himself. And he goes by the name Gangliri. Gong is the same as like in Wolfgang. It means to walk or to go, to travel the path, to take the stride. And his name Leary, kind of synonymous with like the word leery, like a cautious, but in the Nordic sense, it means tired or kind of refusing to go further. And so it's a tongue-in-cheek name that he presents to the Aesir. He says, I'm travel weary. I'm over walking, basically. It's kind of the joke behind it. My feet are tired. My dogs are barking. I'm done. So I'm here and I want to ask questions.
So Svan, why do we care? Why is the Gylfaginning of importance to us?
Well, there's in overall, I mean, this is I find a great point in which we have to remember that the poetics, the stories that we normally talk about in story form, come from poem. And in the tricking of King Gylfi, we see more of a story format being supported by poetics. And I think that's really important. I have dabbled around with poetry throughout my time and trying to, in prayer and things like that. But I'm a storyteller at heart. And I think this is really important for us to remember that the poetics are being formulated from stories that were spoken, and that the elevation of a poet was high. Somebody, that had a lot of land, a lot of money. They could afford to have a poet in their hall, memorizing these things and speaking to the folk, and it was a treat, much like a musician. And to hear these poems was beautiful, almost sing-songy, and had a lot of comedy and entertainment. And so I think it's really important for us, firstly, to know that it come from stories. But when we talk about religiously, there is a crossroads where this really happens to us understanding the time and climate in which Snorri was in, and the kind of the material of the situation. A lot of things that are confusing to people are the reasonings, which are unexplained and often speculated, about his euhemerism, the idea that he's writing the gods as humans, and he does it as in good faith. He does it in the premise that he is not trying to usurp the power of the church. He's trying to keep the poetic form alive for Icelanders. And so it's generally accepted that Snorri was doing this in order to lessen the kind of the fervor that it would create in the people of Iceland. So on the material level, we can kind of see that, and it throws a lot of people off to the idea that they were humans. But Saxo Grammaticus did this before Snorri, and he did it not in good faith, being that he was a devout Christian. So he kind of showed the gods as extremely mortal, extremely filled with avarice, and oftentimes switching roles, in which the gods of goodness were seen as kind of antagonistic or driven by mortal and earthly desires. So even though Saxo does place some very interesting, I think, nuggets of lore and interesting things to ponder about, it's more so Snorri is better to look at, to building or unraveling the spiritual nature of the writing. And when we talk about it from the church aspect, I mean, obviously, a lot of people don't know certain things have already kind of been implemented. The understanding of the 12 Aesir and of the or the 12 Aus, the male, the gods, and or the masculine, and then the 12 Ausinjur, the feminine, is brought up during this time in which Gangleri asks. And it is said that, the tripartite that he encounters explains to him that these are the gods that we pray to. There are other divine beings that are encapsulating in heaven, and there are not necessarily divine beings, but powerful primordial beings that we are all interacting with. But these are the 12 that you should pray to. So a lot of times when people see the sun and rod that's in a lot of the murals that I've been painting, the symbol of the 12-spoke wheel has become synonymous with the 12 Aus and the 12 Ausinjur. It's the completion of the solar aspect, the idea of divinity in and of itself, the idea of being the moving power around the axis mundi, or around the Aus himself in the temple. So a lot of that, the aspects of the 12 became a huge part of the church. I think one of the most notable things was the reconstruction of the holy tides. For the longest time, everyone was kind of doing different things, and as 12 became more of a prevalency in understanding and creating a foundation back towards everything that's being spoken of in the Gylfaginning, we start to reiterate that through things. So what ended up becoming of the holy tides, making sure that we had 12. 12 was, again, another reiterated number of structure, order amongst chaos. And so taking from, I guess, the generally accepted 8 and saying, nope, we are going to do 1 a month, and it's going to cover the spans of the year, and we'll have 12. And so I think that huge significance has, as of recently. I think if anybody who's been around long and has seen this maybe wondered why this transition happened. We've had questions on before about why Sigurblot and Ostara and all of these things were moved around. And that was the reasoning, was to attain the order of 12, not necessarily to fill in the gaps, but to see that the structure is solid in 12. How do we get there? What is the best way to achieve that order? And that's, I think, one of the biggest things that's kind of come out of this reading of, as far as substantiating it within the church.
So we're going to try something here. Figuring out the format of one of these topical shows is a little bit different, because we do have a lot of questions that pop up. Some of them relate to the Gylfaginning, and some of them don't relate to that at all. So we're going to mix it up a little bit. Please feel free to ask any questions you like, but more questions about the Gylfaginning, the better. But like I said, any question you want to ask, serious question, we'll give you a serious answer. I didn't mention this at the top of the program, but if you guys want to participate in Super Chat or give us donations, that you guys can do that on Entropy. Nick will throw the Entropy link up. There we go. He's lightning. He's quick draw with this. I appreciate that. Yeah, if you come over to Entropy, your Super Chats will get you to the top. I'll even interrupt Svan if he's trailing on something, and we'll get your question answered. But no matter what, we will go to the end, try to answer any of your questions. And you guys joining us late, I missed 2 questions last time because they were at the very end when I was trying to sign off. They popped on, but I did answer those at the top of this program, and I hope the folks who asked them were able to hear those answers. Steve Mundy asks, Svan, tell us about yourself. What led you to become a Whitton?
Oh, okay. Yes, they are kind of all over the place.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm trying to read them. I coming into placement within the church was kind of, I think, fortuitous and a interesting series of events. I originally started a kindred here in Virginia, and it ended up moving into right at the dawning of attaining the temples. And I think that that mixed with needing to replace a folk builder in Virginia that had kind of ended up dropping out. And so I, for a lot of people that might not know, is that our Gothar have to become folk builders before they can become Gothar and or Gothies.
Swan, pause. We just had a gentleman give us $100. Thank you so much. So I'm going to say his piece, and then we'll get back to what we were saying, because I really do appreciate your donation. Marcus says, good evening, folk. Just wanted to drop by and share a bit of my experience so far with the AFA. I was able to head out to a backpacking moot in PA hosted by apprentice Spencer. I got there late due to work and had to hike through the darkness. Long story short, I got off trail and my brothers dropped their activities and retrieved me through the darkness. Thank the AFA. Well, we're very glad to have you as a member. I'm glad you showed up. I hope you had a good trip after your getting lost experience. And thank you so much for your donation. So Svan, you were saying.
The metaphysics of that. If we live in meta, we live in the myth. The myth and reality are coexisting together. That has a lot of mythical power just in what he said about being.
The AFA will lead you out of the darkness.
Oh, I mean, and it even happened for me joining the Asatru Folk Assembly, coming in at 4:00 in the morning in the middle of the woods of Pennsylvania myself for a national event very, very early on with my family in the middle of the night, and having Whitton Erickson come out, and immediately try to help me unpack and make sure that the kids were fed and I'm fed and that there's hot coffee ready and available. And it was such a powerful moment, especially just the fact that Whitton Erickson didn't know me from anyone at the time. And it was 4:00 in the morning and he was still receiving people in and waiting for folks to get settled. And he was not betting down for himself because he knew that people were on their way. So that's a common theme that goes on, I think.
So you were talking about your ascent through leadership and things that people may not understand. And when I did rudely cut you off, but he gave $100 and I told folks I'd interrupt you. So I figured it'd be entertaining to do so.
No, that's amazing. Yeah, the moment of becoming a folk builder was kind of more or less a chance to fill in a position that kind of emptied out, and it was coinciding with placing in a bid to be part of the Gothar program, and those two ended up running almost simultaneously, and then along with the temples, and there was a lot of work towards getting the second temple in the Midwest, or trying to work our way over. And then something happened. It was a magical moment in which basically things happened here, and everything fell into place. And so I think all of that coinciding with the effort to put forth to find a temple, to lock it down, and to go through all the logistics of it, and also at the same time going through the Gothar class, also mentoring. Mentoring has been a part of the Gothar program, and I think that a lot of Gothar students may end up finding themselves in counseling positions and really trying their best to do, and it kind of gives it's where the rubber meets the road. You end up kind of showing the church that you're physically capable of actually talking to people in some of their darkest times and trying to pull them out. So there was some of that, and I think this culmination kind of led to a moment where the folk builder oath and the Gothar oath came at the same time for me. That was, I think, odd, or at least not of the run of the mill. And then as the ascent towards more temples became a drive, that some of the lessons that were learned here on the East Coast ended up helping immediately produce Baldur's Hoth. And so there was a lot of a kind of a sudden surge. It was almost like as if everything, as if weird, or all the Orlog was starting to converge in this moment. So ended up, becoming a Gothi, and then having some really key members of the folk starting to amass like around me, and they are now Gothar as well. So that was a very interesting thing, like being able to see these, having eyes on the ground around these fine gentlemen that were doing a great job now, but having the ability to have eyes on made the East Coast really light up, and really kind of, be able to have that conversation that me and you had built. So now the East Coast was kind of having somebody in the meat or in the fibers of it. That helped a lot. And then I think, eventually I had to go to Midsummer. It was a very poignant thing for me to walk into Odhinshof before the dedication of Thorshof, even though I had been to Thorshof and had been working on it and painting and doing all of these things and groundwork and all of this construction. It was important that I step into Odhinshof, so going to Midsummer. And that was when you surprised me with this proposition of, we see what you're doing. We see, are you willing to bring what you have in? And I said yes, and didn't realize fully what that meant until it was dropped right in my lap. Okay, well, then we're going to bring you in as a Whitton. Again, I joke and say that I amongst the Whitton, there's so many intelligent people on the Whitton with structural, like tangible, physical traits that bring things to the table, and oftentimes I end up being more the ethereal, more the poetic, more the aesthetic, and kind of undefined, I think, parts of the Whitton that I find alleviating. Sometimes I don't have the stress, I think, as perhaps say the technical issues or money or law, but it has been a beautiful ride that's brought us to, as we're moving forward. And of course the murals as well. All of this stuff was being found out. I'd never done a mural, and now I was doing murals for the church. So that's kind of how it came to be, to answer that question from
So folks, that everyone who's listened on our previous broadcast, on this one certainly, and folks who know him in real life know that Svan was a very good choice to have on the Whitton. I got no buyer's remorse on that. We've got great people on our Whitton, and they help me immensely. They help us. Unfortunately, they often help us in ways that maybe you guys don't see. I'm very fortunate, as I get a lot of spotlight, and some of these other men and lady who help me on the Whitton don't get as much, but they are so very, very essential. Svan's the guy that and he mentioned this a little bit. There's other folks on there that have different technical skill sets that we certainly need. Or there's guys that I talk policy with, or, long-term growth planning, or this, that, and the other. Svan is the guy that I nerd out with, talking about art and religious fundamentals and ideology and religious theory on. And he is such a valuable advisor in that. And we have a really good synergy when talking about those kind of things. So we're all very fortunate that Svan's on the Whitton. I, in specific, am extremely fortunate to have Svan on the Whitton. Very, very knowledgeable guy, good guy, and a really good friend of mine. Finn asks, are there scholars and people with degrees in the AFA? So I think there's probably more to the question. We've got enough people that, of course, there's people with degrees. lots of people have degrees in all kind of stuff. So yes, we absolutely have degreed people. We've got people with bachelors, masters. We have people with doctorates in the AFA. We have literal doctors in the AFA. We have lawyers in the Asatru Folk Assembly. I think the question came up when we were talking about being lettered in like linguistics or religious studies and things that way. And I'm not certain. We don't really poll everyone who joins on what degrees they may or may not have. I don't know of any religious, like university lettered theologians that we have, or any linguists by university training that we have. But yeah, we have people of all different levels of professionalism and of higher education within the Asatru Folk Assembly. Nick asks, getting us back to tonight's theme. So the order of our Hoffs is from the Gylfaginning. Why, yes, it is, Nick. Yes, it is. I'm glad that you said that, because it's something that I wanted to mention. It's one of the reasons. I say it's the reason that we're doing this show on this topic tonight. So one of the early conversations I remember having when I first got involved in Asatru in 2001, 2002, was with a gentleman up in Alaska, and again, that's 2001 or 2002, and Asatru has been going since, in its modern incarnation, since 68. So 40 years in, I don't know, 34 years in or whatever. Anyways, he was asking, and we were kind of pondering, like, what is it? What gods do we believe in? Which gods do we worship? And these really fundamental questions stayed very nebulous. Because our source material is spread throughout the continent, throughout the British Isles, throughout Scandinavia, and over the course of 1,000, 1,500 years, it makes it a daunting task to exhaustively figure out which gods exist, which gods, who do we call on, who's this, who's that. There's all these endless questions, and it was time to come up with some answers. So around 2014, a mentor of mine at the time, a gentleman named Brad Taylor Hicks, who was the second in charge of the AFA at the time, he and I were together, and we were contemplating this question, and like, okay, so let's break it down to where we simplify. And one of the beautiful things about the Gylfaginning, as opposed to it being a way to teach poetry, like so much of the rest of the Edda is in that way, the Gylfaginning specifically is a way to give background, is a way to set up the cosmology of Asatru in a coherent way that made sense to somebody who was seemingly unfamiliar. You know, all the way from the creation story through explaining our gods, explaining our goddesses, explaining the worlds, and really drawing that out in a clear way. And so that clarity is really important so that we stay focused on what we do. And we decided at that point that that's the order we were that those 12 are the 12 gods that it's beneficial for us to worship. So we're going to start there. And that's what we're going to do. And at this time, this is before we had Odin's Hoffs. We had no Hoffs at that point. But those are the 12 gods we're going to focus our worship on. And at that point, we were resolved together, and I was resolved internally to start rebuilding that bridge between us and our gods in terms of our worship, in terms of our temples, in terms of how this was going to go. And, I didn't know I was going to be the one making those calls at that point, but that was going to be a focus of what I was doing. Early on at Odenshof, before it was Odenshof, it was initially called the New Grange Hall. And we ran into a copyright issue with the Grangers who had owned the hall before us. And this was a decision made before I was calling the shots, but very shortly after I took over, we had to rename the Hoff. And it was essential and crystal clear to me at that moment that we needed to dedicate that Hoff to Odin. And that we were going to, from there on, however long it was going to take us, at this point it had taken since 68 to 2015 to get our first Hoff. So in the decades to come, when we finally get a second Hoff, we're going to order them in this Gylfaginning order. But by reestablishing that bridge, I think that has led to many, many blessings for us and an acceleration on all these things. 5 years later, within 5 years, we got our second two Hoffs, and we stayed faithful to that naming scheme. We just 2 years after that initial 7 years from our first Hoff, we now have our fourth Hoff. And we're continuing in that process. But yeah, that's why I wanted us to talk about the significance of this poem tonight. And I'm glad that you asked that question. We got another donation of $10. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. This question is for both of us. What book or piece of literature have you spent the most time in and why? Svan, you go first.
Say that again, the question?
Question is, for both of you, what book or piece of literature have you spent the most time in and why?
Ooh, that's a good one. Aside from runic books, I would have to say Hollander's translation of the Poetic Eddas for me. Have always been the default to go back to, especially because of both the symmetry of English that it utilizes and still maintains a poetic song about it. So I feel it's not, I think, the favorite amongst a lot of people, and I wouldn't even necessarily say it's my favorite, but it by far is my comfort food book that I always go back to. And it kind of helps me work through translations, helps me still keep the poetic pace. And there is still this sense of kind of mythical power in it. I can almost, instead of as I'm reading, I can almost hear someone saying it to me. So yeah, mine would definitely be Hollander's translation, the Poetic Eddas.
All right, so this isn't the cool answer, but it is the honest answer. The book or piece of literature I have spent the most time in is the New World Translation of the Holy Scriptures. The reason is, first, the Bible is huge. And secondly, because I didn't know my options, I spent a number of years. I've read through the Bible, I believe, 4 times all the way through, trying so hard to beat a square peg into a round hole. The reason I've spent more time reading it than our literature is that ours sticks and makes sense, and I don't have to play mental gymnastics to try to reconcile irreconcilable things in my mind. So I think because it didn't fit and it wasn't right, so I thought maybe I was missing something. I spent an awful long time reading my Bible over and over and over again until 4 times through I figured, nope, it's not me, it's Jehovah, and I'm gonna go a different way. But that's why I spent as much time as I did there. Bon Kwee, gentleman that donated the $100. You had a couple of questions on the side. First, I just wanted to say, yes, Entropy does take a fee. They're in it for something. Any of these companies that are monetized this way do take a fee. Entropy's fee is lower than anybody else's, and Entropy is committed to free speech and to giving a platform to folks with ideas that maybe aren't safe some other places. So I really appreciate that, and I'm very happy to share with them, and they provide us a platform for folks to donate in a different way that they wouldn't otherwise. So no, we appreciate your donation here. This is a great place to do it. We come out on top, and the good folks at Entropy that are providing a good service, they get a little bit of something too. So we're really glad that you decided to donate that way. Sinister Warrior, do you have any vetting? Okay, I'll read the question, but I want to say something too. Do you have any vetting procedures for new members, folk builders, and Gothies? That new guy you posted in the community tab looked like Antifa. First, thank you for coming on here and asking me to my face instead of just making assumptions. I appreciate that. Yes, first, for leadership, absolutely. But even for membership, we do. The gentleman you spoke about, Christian Penner, he's a well-known quantity. He is a feature up there at Baldershoff. His aesthetic is obviously not my aesthetic. He's an artist. He carved a really beautiful Adomla themed horn for the auction up there at this last Fall Fest, and it was a really beautiful piece. Good guy, doing good things. I would make different fashion/facial piercing choices, obviously, but we don't want to be superficial. Obviously, we have things, it's not my aesthetic of choice, but we're going to get people that come from a lot of different backgrounds and a lot of different walks of life. Our people are broad and vast and coming from a lot of different places. We live in 2022, and things that were normal for folks my age aren't normal for kids these days coming up. So everybody starts at a different place, but in the same picture, he's wearing a shirt and he's wearing a tie. And he was a guy that stepped up for our church and said, hey, I want to build this. I want to build something for the Aesir. I want to build something for my folk, and I want to try to make something happen. So we appreciate him stepping up. If he decides to lose the nose ring, I'll be happy to see that. But either way, he's a solid guy. Next time I see him, I'm going to give him a hug. I assure you he is not Antifa. But I'm glad you had the courage to ask the question rather than to make snide comments on the side. Thank you for doing that. But we take it seriously, and we do vet folks. $10 from Matthew Gordon. Thank you so much, Matthew. We appreciate that. I work in a type of law enforcement. Any tips or ways to try and connect to Heimdall? Svan, go ahead and take this first.
Yes, absolutely. First and foremost, being the steward of heaven. I think that Heimdall's position as being the beacon of light, being the flame born of the waves, and being the bearer of Bifrost, the flaming bridge, is on a we could say on a structural level, very important. All things we know, all things we consider. However, on a mythical level, the ideas of walking the righteous path of light, being that which it projects out into the world as a person who seeks to emulate the opening of a path and the stewardship of it. The idea of Heimdall in association with his eyes, with his ears, also this kind of correlates somewhat to like a passage of time, an understanding that if the gods are in a sense of time of their own, it's Heimdallr who is connected deeply to the physical realm, the world, and to mankind, to the folk, through time. So he has an understanding of both godly time and material time. So I would say the essence of trying to make oneself a beacon, praying to Heimdall to be that which can formulate people around them, to in the darkest of moments or the easiest of moments, when someone as a police officer, even around other police, maybe, I know that in law enforcement, a lot of times dealing with repetitive darkness and chaotic elements that seem to constantly pervade over the job, can even leave effects on fellow officers. So one of the biggest things I would say is that with Heimdall has always been the beacon, has always been the path light that guides the gods back, that guides the gods forward, who guides the folk to evolve, to be better, to be stronger, to be wiser, and to be more intelligent. So the stewardship of his power is in not only in right action. I think all the gods have that, but to be a beacon of right action, to be a beacon of moral. And so I'll relate a simple little story. Is I have a police officer friend of mine who, in the midst of dealing with some felony gun charges and things like that, he brought up the point like, hey, are we substantiating our codes of ethics when it comes to gun ownership involving these people? Are we making sure the criminality factor is being punished rightfully and justly? But at the same time, are we overstepping our bounds when it comes to the ownership of a firearm? Those little things that he brought up, while the other officers were kind of focusing more on the defiance against the law and just even some of the blatant criminality that they encounter. The fact that he said, wait, let's recheck ourselves. Let's make sure that we're staying noble. Let's reconstitute our minds and make sure that our deeds are in action with the mind, that we don't pontificate it later and after the fact. But right now, in this moment, are we being noble? And I think that is the biggest point when you have devotion towards Heimdall, is about being in the present time and moment, understanding the progression of material time, and recalibrating your noble mind and your noble deed in those moments. I think that's the true power of Heimdall. So that would be my take on that.
A note I'd like to make about Heimdall. One thing I think is particularly noteworthy and relevant to your career path is his vigilance and his ever, he's on guard. He can hear the hair growing on a sheep. He's aware of these very, very small things. Staying vigilant, keeping your head on a swivel. I think that's a life skill when you're in law enforcement. That's really important, but it's also important for the people that you protect. I think in this day and age, too often in law enforcement, things are just reactive. But the motto of so many of our law enforcement agencies is to serve and protect. The protective aspect of staying on guard, staying vigilant, keeping your ear to the street, knowing what's going on, and being aware of your surrounding, that situational awareness, I think by practicing that with excellence, you honor Heimdall. I think you also keep yourself and those who you look after safe. And so I would think that vigilance would be something to focus on in your pursuit that way. Sage of Sylvania says, the black sun seems it has different meanings for different groups. What does the black sun represent to the AFA? Well, I think it's good that you point out that it has different meanings to different groups, because it's such an ancient and powerful symbol. I'm sure that it does. And I think, there's absolutely a right way and a wrong way to do things, but sometimes there's a lot of right ways. Sometimes a symbol is powerful and it means things on different levels. And that's what's beautiful about so much of our myth cycle. I think on one of its levels, it's a solar symbol like anything else, but in one of its more advanced forms, because 12 is always a very solar number with the months in the year. And the 12-spoke version of the black sun is really important that way. It's a symbol of power. It's a symbol of destiny. It's a symbol that marks out those 12 spokes of something. I think it's also beneficial to know that it's a very ancient symbol. It in various forms, very similar to the version that we use, is found in very ancient bronze work, I believe, Alemannic finds. So it has a really broad history. And I think of course, it's going to have different associations to different people at different times. I think it also has a lot to do with that rotation that Svan was speaking about earlier around a central point. I think that in some of the more popular conceptions of it, it has an Arthurian context to a pole or a seated sacred king with rotating circle like the round table around it with the knights and thanes that surround him. And I think that's the context that it was used in the 30s in Germany in Wewelsburg Castle. And, we're not ignorant that that's a very common place where it was found, but the reasoning for it wasn't something sinister. The reason was something very empowering from our folk soul. And it's something that the ancient Germanic tribes tapped into. That sun wheel evolution is something really interesting to watch in Bronze Age European cultures. What do you have to add on that, Svan?
Just kind of piggybacking off of what you said, I think that it's worth noting that the construction during the Third Reich and its meaning going into this, a lot of people, I think, retrograde a lot of their meanings after. I think that the title Svartsona kind of came about from esoteric circles long past the 1930s and 1940s. There is a lot of deeply esoteric meanings when you talk about the idea of light and the true light of things, or things that are hidden and that shall be revealed. But yes, it's often all too forgotten of how far it goes back. I wish I could say that perhaps if four legs meant something, 6 legs meant something, and then there's a progression of numbers to 12. But there seems to be some randomness as far as that is correlated, so without any reference of meaning, because most of it's archaeological. So we are left to kind of find meaning, and that's the beauty of symbols is we can take those meanings and we can say, yes, we see the truth in that, but we also see the truth in this, or we see the truth in that. Symbols have multiple meanings. And again, for us now in this moment, as the mythos of our church is growing, it is a symbol of the divinity. It's a symbol of the organization against chaos. It's the symbol of light against dark. It's the symbol of the awareness of the gods. And so we take that symbology to that level. I would say in predominance, calling it the Svartsona, or some people would. I've often heard people in the temple call it the sun wheel or the sonnenrod. So when we have these names, we all know, and we're not trying to shift anything. In reality, I think it's just we're understanding that there are multiple layers that give it meaning. And first and foremost, I think right now is the meta of the moment is the most important.
And in a lot of ways, it's the power of the sacred. It's that solar power writ large in a rotational capacity of projecting that power, that might, that solar grandiosity. And we use that in our iconography to denote gods. Gods have a golden Svartsona around their head in all of our murals. It represents divinity for us because of that power. And you probably haven't had a chance to see this yet because we're still working on some of the art, but for mortals, it'll be a red version of that same symbol. But it's a very powerful and very sacred symbol to us, and one we're very proud to use. Sunshine Sucks with another $10. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. We're glad you're here. We're glad you're here on so many of these. We appreciate our audience here. We're at the top of the hour again, so I'm going to let everybody know if you want to join us on Entropy, you can throw dollars at us, or you can get your questions moved up to the front of the line. We appreciate those who've already donated. We appreciate those who are going to donate. We appreciate anybody who's not going to donate who just has questions for us. We will get to all of your questions and answer them as very best as we can. But thank you guys for being here tonight. I guess another top of the hour thing for folks who weren't here earlier. Tonight and from here on out, we are simul broadcasting on Twitter, which is really cool. I'm excited to do that. And I think we've got a couple of people who don't normally see us that get to now because of that. So that's a really good thing. I appreciate Nick for figuring that out. Cody asks, Svan, would you say the Gylfaginning was a precursor to you picking up your storytelling style?
Yes and no. I wish I could say yes or no, but there's so much of the lore in the Gylfaginning that you can't. I mean, this is the deep root of what we had. I think this is where Odin encapsulated the mysteries of a lot of things, wrapped in a lot of more of the material, and an understanding that, you know, Snorri was going to portray the gods as mortals, but in this portrayal, as we go, we see so much of these secrets and the divines, and there are little things that I would in my storytelling style kind of look into, try to unravel some of those secrets. So I think the corpus of the lore is deep and numerous, but there are little things that are worth noting that I in my stories I try to preface. Different things from the formulation of Audhumla being from the proto-matter of the universe in Niflheim, to everything from the tripartite that's being presented before Gangleri, in which he does see the High One, and he sees even high, which even meaning leveled with the same height as the High One, and the third or three. And so the tripartite concept, I think, is being presented there pretty clearly, even though maybe even Snorri wasn't necessarily trying to present it as a kernel of knowledge that connects us to other Aryan branches of our faith. So my storytelling, I think, takes a little bit more leeway into trying to reveal little hints that help spurn thought as to why things might be presented in a certain way, why there might be two horses as vehicles for the sun and two horses as vehicles for the earth, but only one vehicle for the moon. And out of those three celestial bodies, the moon is the only one that doesn't have its own axis. It doesn't have its own rotational. So that, I think, is a kernel of deeper truth that isn't necessarily placed out there. And sometimes in my storytelling, I'll try to leak those things in as just a proponent of thought, that our ancestors and their knowledge may very well have been, or the fact that the gods gave this knowledge to us, even if King Galfi is seen as a real man, or as seen as a king of men. The idea that the nobility learning power from the gods and then transferring it to the people, I think is important. I think that's so I will oftentimes try to pepper those little things into my storytelling.
So Lawrence, thank you so much. 10 Canadian dollars. You seem to be with us every week, and we really appreciate you. Good evening, gents. The esoteric direction of the conversation just took reminded me of the book, The Lightning and the Sun by Savitri Devi. Have either of you read it? And if so, what are your thoughts on it? Thanks and bless. Svan, have you read it? If so, what's your thoughts?
I have not read it in its entirety. I've only read excerpts from it. I have, in particular, a lot of my my tackling of the Aryan branches of the Hindu I guess, branch has been, I guess, slow going would be the best way I would say, because I feel like a lot of our lore does have a huge placement to start from. So I'm not always gravitating towards comparative, especially when we talk beyond, say, like the Rig Veda. And so I would admit I'm slow going in that path.
So I have read the book, and I really like it. Like it first, I like historical biography stuff, and I think that 2/3 of the book is that at least. But the basic concept there of the uniting of dynamic action and timeless spirituality is so very essential to what we do. I think all too often there's a disparity between physical might and intellectual might, or spiritual might rather, and it's a disservice. I think the ideal for our folk always has been and always will be a man of action, but also a man of deep insight. And so often we don't have that. We have people with beautiful, brilliant minds that never get out of their mom's basement and never affect the world around them, to where all of their deep thinking and their deep spirituality becomes masturbatory. Or we have amazingly capable people that spend that capability in criminality, in thuggery, or in corporate ways that don't advance our folk and just advance capitalism. And there's merit to a lot of those different things in a lot of different ways. But what propels our folk forward is the man that has both of those things. That dynamism in both areas can truly advance our people, and it's nice when we can see that. The best leaders in history are folks that have that depth of soul to them, but that aren't either priests or warriors, that are priest kings, that are good and powerful in both of those realms. And I think that's the ideal. And you see that in the idea of the Chakravartin in the Vedic understanding of things. He transcends the caste of Brahmin and Kshatriya and has the best of both as he projects it out. I was reading a book on that recently, Perfect Leadership by Frank Morales Acharya. What were you saying, Svan?
I was going to say, in deferring to that subject itself, like I would immediately go towards, say, Evola's Metaphysics of War, or the concepts of the righteous act, or the righteous man of deed and the righteous man of thought. But yeah.
No, absolutely. And I think that Evola touches on that theme a lot in his conception of tradition, is that being that pinnacle of where those things meet, and what's best is not an effete priesthood or a violent mob of thuggery, but having the divine and action in one place, in one center. Corey asks, what is the difference between Whittons and Gothies/Githias? Svan, you want to break that down?
Sure. The Witan. The Witan is a council, from the Anglo-Saxon word, a member of council. Generally, a Drotten or a Drighton would seek counsel from his elders or his peers, or people that had earned merit in order to best see a pathway that might help. It's by no means a form of democracy. I would say it's more of upon the leader's wisdom to have people at his side that he can defer to ask, about thoughts that are coming or reacting to things. And this echelon of counselors is small, and I think that the Gothar are more or less like a counsel to the folk in their area and presiding over building divine relationships with the gods in their local areas, either through temples or through kindreds or large groups of community, whether they're individuals or not. And so that, I think, would be the biggest difference, is that a Gothi gives counsel to the folk, and the Whittons can be Gothis, and then the Whittons then give counsel if sought by the Alsherjargothi, the highest of the Gothis, whether it's proactive or reactive. I think that's the difference between a Whitton and a Gothi.
So, and this is one of the reasons that Svan is so valuable to me. He hits this from an entirely different angle than I would. It's a rank structure. In order to be on the Whitton, you need to be a Gothi first. And in order to be a Gothi, you need to be a folk builder first. So it's very much a hierarchy structure in that sense, but it's not... There's more to it. When you're selected to be on the Whitton, and Whitton is a word in Anglo-Saxon that means wise man. And it also means a council of wise men. So like moose, plural, or moose, singular. Svan is a Whitton. Svan is also, by merit of being a Whitton, he sits on the Whitton. And that may be confusing, but I didn't make the Anglo-Saxon rules. It's our priests within our church that are of a certain level of wisdom that they sit on my council to advise me on things and to help me steer the AFA in the right direction, or help me think of things that maybe I didn't think of, or in a way that I didn't think of, or to come to me with ideas and plans of things they want to do to get approval, or for us to talk about and plan together on. So the Whitton, just, this is outside the scope of the question, but so folks know, twice a month, the Whitton meets and we have, discussion on all kind of AFA topics, on future planning, on, management things, on ideological things, on whatever happens to come up. And we've got very important people on the Whitton. We have folks on the Whitton have all been on this program except our law speaker, Alan Turnage, and he is scheduled to join me next week for the next edition of this. But on the Whitton is Svan Herul, Clifford Erickson, Brandy Callahan, and our law speaker, Alan Turnage. So we are very well served by those folks. Bon Quiqui, what are some Hoff customs and courtesies? Take it away, Svan.
First and foremost, I think every temple has its structural differences. Odin's Hoff is a hub of communication. You definitely find the hall to have a gathering space where people are, and the children are running around, people are talking. There's a lot of communication and ideas being passed, and a great amount of the devotional practice has been conducted outside, namely because of great weather. The idea that it's very warm and generally amicable with a low amount of rain. So you'll find courtesies different at Odin's Hoff as opposed to Thor's Hoff. Thor's Hoff has two buildings, and we have one that's the hall, and we have one that we call the Hoff as a building, and then the sanctuary we call the Vey. And in the Vey, there might be rules there, but we do a lot of our devotionals indoors because our weather can be sporadic in the East Coast. So different Hoffs have different senses of etiquette. I would say overall and overarching is that what is kind of formulated is the entrance or procession into sacred space. The idea of moving from the mundane into sacred often is predecessed by a walk or a march of the folk. So you'll find that to be a very common thing between all of the temples. The idea of moving into the temples via the north, the doors usually face the north, and that was not necessarily even planned. That just, it's the way the gods work, as it's just been notably done. We retrospectively looked at it and seen that they face the north. The other thing I would say is, especially in indoors and entering into a vey, generally the vey is not seen as so sanctimoniously cut off from the gods that you can't go in there to do work, to talk, to have fun as well. Even at Thorshof in the sanctuary, people are having fun, doing classes, talking about certain things. Sometimes the women folk, they want to have a class on their own, so the men folk will gravitate to the vey or vice versa. And so it has double functions. But when we move into sacred space or into the act of giving gifts, oftentimes the biggest tradition that I've noticed is upon entering, we do move around the center of the room in a sunwise fashion, and we often look towards the godsteads, whether it's obviously in the temples it's in a mural format, but this steading of the goths is particularly dedicated to a god, and it is open for him to hear us, to sit amongst us, to preside over us and receive our blessings. And oftentimes the first thing that's done is when we enter in is, we present ourselves in the algae's runic position of divinity, holding our hands up 45-degree angle, and we usually say hail to the godstead that where the god is presiding. So hailing Thor, hailing Njörð, hailing Balder, hailing Odin, and this formulation has kind of become organic, and that's one of the interesting things about us being a living religion. So just a couple of examples.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think that there's probably much more of those Hoff customs than we realize, and I think they do happen very organically. One thing that Svan just mentioned that takes place at all of our Hoffs is that procession, and it may happen at different times depending on the occasion, but the folk processing in front of the altar and throwing their hands up in the algae's position and hailing the god that's present in that Hoff. That happens. We bless meals at our Hoffs. Our ritual action is always done in a sunwise way, unless there's a specific reason to counter that for some reason. I'm very fortunate. I get to travel all over, and I have been to all of our Hoffs and very familiar with all of our Hoffs. When we have our folk that travel and go to a different Hoff for the first time, they all are aware that the mood or the energy or what goes on at each Hoff is very unique in its own ways. And that's something you have to kind of feel to understand. I think Svan mentioned some of it has to do with seasonal things. The Hoff in Baldur's Hoff in Minnesota is obviously going to be different than Njörð's Hoff in Florida, as far as stuff they do inside, stuff they do outside, and things as far as that goes. But yeah, I'm curious, because I think that there's more customs there than I think either Svan or myself really realize.
Even like dressing up. That's a thing that a lot of people try to wrap their heads around. Some people have a visceral negative reaction to dressing up before the gods, and I find that kind of laughable and funny, but it is a custom, and the idea that a lot of times, when we show up, we're doing work immediately, setting things up. So we're not dressed in ties, and usually we're in shirts and work clothes as we're moving about. But there's a certain moment where there is a time, and some people do show up dressed immediately. They don't have a chance to dress over, so they'll show up, and other people show up in what they can. And I mean, obviously we know that from the Havamal and the premise that when you show up with what you have and what you're best to be seen in before the gods. And I think a lot of people take that into Do we dress up in the old way? Do we dress up in the modern way? And of course, for our church, it's always that's another custom, is to present yourself in the clothing of your people. If when a Japanese businessman is dressing in a certain tie, he's dressing Western. He's dressing like a Western man. That's known, or in China or something of that nature. So this is a cultural attainment, and so I think dressing up is part of the custom of a lot of our temples, especially when it comes to the time of gift giving. But that varies depending on if we're outdoors, the weather, and things of that nature. So,
guys, dress nice. When you look good, you feel good, and you tend to act like your best self. And when you're looking good and you're feeling good, you're in a spot to present your best self before our gods. Sarah asks, is Asatru the same as Wotanism or Odinism? Fundamentally, yes. I think that if this question were asked 10 years ago, the variance between people who would call themselves different versions of those three would be greater. I think that if the question were asked 20 years ago, the distance would be even greater. I think in 2022, yes, they are the same thing. Folks who are really in the know or have a lot of inside baseball on if someone calls themselves an Odinist or a Wotanist would imply certain things that may be in common with folks that identify as Asatru and may be different culturally, but fundamentally, those three are all the same thing in this day and age. Those three all imply that the person practicing is heavily folkish and that our folk and our race is very important to them. And I think if you ask people that are hardcore, don't want to call themselves Asatru, like, no, I'm a Wotanist, or no, I'm a Odinist, there's little baggage here and there, but I think fundamentally on the core things, we're united in core worldview. And then this brings us to the question of the night. And I have to assume they skipped ahead and went to the website, because this is something that I planned on talking about. We have some Gylfaginning questions in the queue after this, though, that'll get us back on that topic, because this is liable to send us spiraling in a very exciting and fun direction. Vril Vanier asks, what's Sigurheim? Well, let me tell you about Sigurheim. All right, so I've been being a little bit coy with you guys for a number of months now as folks have asked questions about the idea of intentional community. And I told you, hey, pay attention for the next couple of months, and I got something exciting to tell you. So I talked about announcing that tonight. I'm very excited to announce that to you guys tonight. We are well underway in our next big AFA project, and that is Sigurheim. Sigurheim means victory home. And the basic idea is to establish an AFA capital on some acreage of land to where we'll have AFA members living on the land in a community together. That will be the home of Tears Hoff. It will be also the home of a great hall that we will host events at. It will be a spot where we can have guest facilities for people who come out to share with us there, for our AFA family that are going to come out there. Also, an idea of some of the guest quarters is to be able to take care of any of our elderly or our infirmed or folks that find themselves on hard times can come and spend time there. The idea is really to build that home of the Asatru Folk Assembly, that sacred center from which the rest of these things can revolve around, and to where people have a spot that's theirs that they can come and enjoy the hospitality of their AFA family and be well taken care of. If you go to that, so Nick threw up the link there. To do big things takes big dollars. and we need help. We need donations. We need generosity in making serious things happen in the world if we want to see those things manifest. But if you go there to that donate link, you can read a kind of the vision statement that I wrote on that. And I'll put that out on our other social media later. But I think it's worth a reading. It's telling you, you know, where I'm coming from with the idea. I've been hesitant to even voice this dream aloud because so many people have come before and said they were a gonna and never have. It's been something that's been dangled in front of me in various different ways by Asatru since I became involved, and we have yet to see it come to fruition in a meaningful way. And that's all fixing to change. When I say we're serious, we've had people look at property. We're right there. We're right on the cusp of making stuff happen. Now, so you guys know, this is a generational project. I make no claims that it's all going to be immediately perfect on day one. It's not. On day one, it's going to be a piece of land. And down the road, when we have the funds, when we're able to, and when we have the support, the Hoff will happen there. The hall will happen there. The guest facilities will happen there. The dream will be realized over time and with the commitment of solid folk who want to see things happen. But this is the dream. It's been the dream of many generations of Asatru, and it's a dream that will be shortly realized. And it's a dream that I plan to move to and be a part of with my family. So I'm putting it out there. It's a little bit scary because you speak it into existence. Svan talked about, to go back to the Gylfaginning for a minute, that idea, the magical idea of speaking something into shaping, of shaping something by words. And that's, I guess, what I'm doing right now is projecting that this is something I'm going to do out in reality. And I'm going to be accountable for the success or failure of that. And we are going to win. We're going to win big, and we're going to win together. So very excited about it. I hope you guys are excited about it too. Like I mentioned, we need all the help we can get on that. So if you can go donate there, if you can send your friends who are on the same basic page as us, if they want to help us out, we would really appreciate it. You don't have to be a member of the AFA to donate. You don't have to be Asatru to donate, but we would really appreciate it. It's a dream I'm very excited about, and I have a hard time keeping contained about, that I annoy my friends and my wife about. So it's a thing. We're happy to answer any questions you guys might have on that as we move forward. So that's what Sigurheim is. And I appreciate the people that I've talked to on the back end that have not spilled the beans about Sigurheim to everybody, because it's hard to be contained about something you love and something you're excited about. Rowdy Dude asks, is the topic piece of literature a standalone piece or a part of a bigger collection? Svan, break it down for us.
No, so the Gylfaginning is part of, I would say, 3 pieces. The Skarpismal, or that basically the rules of the Skalds and the way that it can be spoken about, or the rules of poetry. And last is the list of kennings, a kind of a corpus of lore for the Skalds to use. And it's very, very interesting because they kind of allude to either common things, war things, or divine things. The idea of the multiple namings of Ymir are kind of listed there as well, in which, you know, the idea that like Brimnir, the brimming one, or Blaunir, the blue, and Allhjelmr, the shaping screamer, are all part of that. So there's a lot of cool poetic things, I think, that are worth looking into, and oftentimes it's glossed because there's only a few stories in the Gylfaginning that has things. But for instance, like one that most everybody knows is Thor's, it's often referred to as Thor's trip to Jotunheim, or Thor's travel to Jotunheim. That's placed within the Gylfaginning. So there's a lot of stuff there, but it does have, as it goes into the latter half, or the latter 2/3, it's more driven towards poetics, but there's a lot of mysteries to be gleaned in some of the kennings there. So yes, it is not just only, there's 3 pieces.
All right. So Fawn asks, first, congratulations, Fawn. We're happy to have you as our newest apprentice folk builder in the Asatru Folk Assembly. I think highly of Fawn, known her for a few years. I think she's going to do great things throughout the Njörðr district, but currently she's in Oklahoma. Fawn asks, since the Gylfaginning speaks on Ragnarok, how is that displayed in reality? Microcosm, macrocosm? Is it the future, past, present, all three? Yes. Fawn, take it away.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. Yes. No, the beauty of, and I think the power of Odin in his correlation to folding and weaving this seed that would surpass into this through the dark ages and through the times where the expression of the folk to their gods was going to be greatly tested. The beauty of it is that the application of meta or mythic language, it applies in all levels of timing. So some people could speculate in different schools of trying to understand Germanic mythology. They have placed, of course, euhemerism and the idea that they're humans, or that there's a vegetative cycle to them, and there's some sort of a premise around nature. Or sometimes they go based on Aryan tribal structure and government. That's like Dumazil and his structuralism. But overall, when you read them, yes, it applies the timelessness of it. I've heard a perfect example would be, and again, I'll address Ragnarok, but the binding of Fenris or Fenrirulf in his binding. Some people have argued perhaps this is some sort of mythological connection to the Germanic people making certain agreeances with Rome, and obviously the wolf in connection to the founding of Rome. That's the beauty of the language and the stories of the gods, is that they are timeless and they interlap with everything in the moment and in the past, and thus into the future. So we can project the understanding of Ragnarok and seeing Balder both as presiding as the heart of the folk soul, the heart of the gods, seeing the death and the value of the outsider guiding the hand of the blind brother against the heart of the folk and the gods, and him descending and then him rising again as being all of those. And so I think it's a disservice for us to strictly think of things in a logical or linear pathway, but to see them as more of a coiled spring that's compressed all into one moment.
So, and this has taken a long time to make sense to me as well. So if it's a strange concept, I understand that. The mythic takes place in mythic time, and mythic time is very different than historical time, than linear time. It doesn't make it any less truthful, but so many things are simultaneous in a mythic sense. The story and the value of those cycles play out in millions of microcosms and millions of macrocosms. You find those cycles in your own life. You find them in the life of your community. You find them in the life of races and the life of nations. Perhaps you find them in the life of galaxies. As it is, one of the things that I think is most beautiful when I think about this period in the Asatru Folk Assembly, I think about this in terms of when the waters recede and the gods come back after Ragnarok, and they set the table up right, and they replace the pieces, and they reset up what was once holy. We're reforging that bridge. We're reforging that golden age, and we're a part of it right here and right now. Sigurheim, that I just talked about, is such a huge plank in that. We are currently on, Ithavoll, restructuring that holy center, that place for our folk. And it's really special to be a part of that. Nick reminded me on the side as I was talking about some Sigurheim stuff. Folks that have construction abilities, we will need you. Folks that have any kind of CAD or architectural skills, we've got some really cool projects that we need help on. So if you've got that, if you know that, if you have people who do that that are in our circles, please send them our way. We've got some really cool ideas on stuff we'd like to do and see happen. But we're at a very exciting time, and I'm happy to be here with you guys. Mace asks, any thoughts on Theodism or more Anglo-Saxon influenced Asatru? Yeah, I'm gonna go first, and I'm gonna pass it over to Svan here because I do have some thoughts on this that I'll throw out there. Conceptually, I think a lot of Theodism is really cool. Theodism has been in support of structure and of hierarchy all along since its inception, at a time when Asatru was often caught in flights of fancy about rugged individualism and democracy and various other things that I don't think are the best way to go. Theodism has always been very big on structure, on hierarchy, on some really beautiful ceremonial. The trouble is, to my mind, that historically Theodism has put so much more emphasis on form than on function. This is the example I've used to a lot of people, and it may sound disparaging, and I suppose it is to a certain time in our history, but it's 5 fat dudes in a camp chair in their backyard fighting over who gets the big piece of chicken. If it's 5 fat dudes in shorts and a stained t-shirt arguing over who's the exalted king of whatever, it becomes laughable. Hierarchy is necessitated by having people and having a certain number of people to where you need a structure and to moving forward and doing things. And so much of what I've seen in the Theodism I've been a part of is theatrics, is self-aggrandizement, but without any accompanying success or contribution. The roles that some of those people have taken on have been conducted in the most silly, banal, absurd ways rather than caring for your people. And so I've never been that guy that's opposed to the word will come to me here in a second. It's not here when I want it, unfortunately. But to people who, gosh, tip of my tongue, for people who want to be successful, people who want to have the big hat, to people who want to aspire to better things and who want to have nice stuff, cool. I don't think we should all be selfless. But I do think that if you want a position of authority, you are not only assuming all the cool benefits of authority, you should be assuming all of the weight of responsibility. If you're the exalted high lord of Theodism, you should be doing stuff, taking care of your people and being worthy of the title. And I've seen a lot of situations that just become very complex LARP about who gets to eat the which piece of chicken first instead of advancing their kingdom. That's unfortunate, but I do think there's a lot there that is valuable if it was put in a different context. I don't think the concept is wrong, but I think the execution has been very unfortunate in Theodist circles that I'm aware of. Svan, do you have any thoughts?
I have a unique perspective coming from the Eldoricha. I'm from Virginia.
Did you wear a Smurf hat?
No, no, not to be amongst those. I was not a member or taken into the web of oaths that are built amongst the Theodes, but I'm familiar with a lot of the structuring. I have met people that were members of the Eldaricha. I've met people that were part of Garmin Lords groupings and the Normani that were prevalent for a while in the early 2000s up in Maryland area, and just being able to talk to them. I think structurally they offer some interesting things, insights, really good stuff as far as like formulating the concepts of weird and how weird and what it means from an Anglo-Saxon standpoint as opposed to like Orlog from a Nordic standpoint. That's very, very cool stuff. And I think that, like Swain Wodening has been very influential, especially in the concepts of ritual structure, or the possibility of how individual ethnic branches, including the often unsung Anglo-Saxons, would present or rekindle the faith. But coupled with that is a problem of, I think, of deep kind of, again, hard structuring, fragmentation, a lot of oaths being made and arguments being presided. There's so much rigidity there that it ends up kind of stepping on the rake, if you will, while in garb, stepping on the modern gardening tool in the face. And I mean that in the sense that it in practice, I have found it to be very, very so rigid that it loses sight of the horizon, and it creates this argument, I would say, between ultimately tribalism versus like a folk community, a nation, or a people, or an overarching connectivity of folk that they end up losing, and it ends up fracturing to, somebody breaks away and creates their own theod, and so it ends up spinning its wheels. And being an observer of that has just led me to believe that the counsel against it would be, perhaps we should find, or perhaps the gods are beckoning us to find a different way to take the knowledge and to apply it, maybe in a different way, or to take note of the wisdom of it and move forward into the modern world. And so that's my take on the theods. I love the linguistics. I'm a huge fan of a lot of the history and all of that. But, as far as some of the other things, as far as, the idea, like wearing ritualistic garbs, obviously, like Svenbjörn Bjarnason of the Asatru Folk in Iceland, a lot of they started out with wearing the white frocks with red tabards, and we didn't, because that again separates and creates this kind of division between folk here in America, or just in their correlation to a representative of a church. And so we needed to engage that and understand that, okay, the expression of establishing power and might in the world involves, you don't cross the ocean on the old boats of your ancestors simply because they did that. You get the latest technology to cross the oceans. You get the latest technology to win. And I think that is a huge point that is lost in a lot of the Reconstructionist worldview of the divinities, of the gods.
So I appreciate you, Nick, getting that popped up really fast. So we've got 2 questions left. We've got other stuff we'll talk about, so we're not fixing to close up shop or anything. But if you guys got questions, go ahead and throw them out there on any topic you like. We'd be glad to answer them. Finn asked, do you guys think seeing rune symbols in nature can mean something? Yes. Svan, what are your thoughts?
Yes. That's part of the power of the symbols of the runes. The rune is, first and foremost, I think, a structural frequency. And I would argue that when we say structural frequency, that would be a scientific term for a primordial sound, a formulation of the fabric of creation, reality, and then again, we could go into mythic language about what the runes are, but through symbology. And I've been looking here on the side chats about, there's been talk a little bit about algies and Iwas and the symbology, or even the names. Those have changed. Those have changed generationally. Those have been honed, like the taking of dross and iron and making it into a sword. And it's also been spread out in order for us to better understand things. But when we talk about the runes and omen, or seeking sight and symbol, I think first and foremost, yes, it is, but it has to be, I think, not necessarily coached or trained, but implanted subliminally as we study things, and then we see the messaging show up. It catches our eye. Suddenly, it breaks through the veil of the mundane and supersedes from the almost like piercing from the material world straight through the functioning consciousness into the subconscious. Once that's made, once that spear is driven, that's a meaningful thing. I think if we're kind of just looking as we're driving and we see branches or things like that, that might not necessarily, or may reflect things bubbling up out of the well of you, that you're connecting subconscious to conscious. But when it pierces through, that's a different story. And yes, I do believe that the asas do communicate oftentimes in that way, much like as if they're communicating through the well, through symbology.
So I think that runes, they're meaningful in a lot of different directions. I think that they can facilitate divine interaction speaking to you. I think that they can, in a really powerful way, I think that they can help you better understand yourself as a lens to focus through. So perhaps the gods are sending you some sign through some runic symbol that you see in a natural environment. Cool. I think that is possibly valid. But what I think is perhaps more important, and certainly more often the case, that runes serve as a very potent lens for you to evaluate yourself and your life through. I think that if certain runes are popping out at you, that's a way of yourself communicating to you things to focus on. I think that if you notice those runes and you ponder whatever dilemma you're going through in your life, what's in your head, what you're doing that day, through the lens of that particular rune, that's meaningful. I think it sorts all of the different impulses going on in your soul matrix and helps you make sense of them in a way that's meaningful to you. So yes, I absolutely think that seeing runes in nature can very often mean something. Perhaps it's a message from the divine. Perhaps it's a message from your soul, and a tool to bring order to the chaos in your mind. And I think that's just as valid. Vrilvanir, what part of the country are you looking to form Sigurheim? Would love to help any way I can for our folk. Well, we would love the help. We need a lot of help. Game plan, again, it's scary to put a name on it, but we're looking in the state of Tennessee. Looking in the state of Tennessee, that's where we're going to try to make things happen. And I'm sure we're going to have folk from all over the country wanting to help us out in that endeavor. And we would love to have you help us out. Nick asks, since we were just talking runes and we have Svan here, can we hear about the folk futhark again? Svan, tell us about folk futhark.
Sure. The folk futhark, again, is a culmination of all the futharks, done with respect to all of them. It's not an attempt to recreate or to have some sense of doing something completely brand new, but instead the point and the purpose was to create a writing system that could be utilized in the murals to pass on messages, to pass on concepts, thoughts, or even just mundane things. For instance, in Baldur's Hof, I have Dropnir written on Baldur's armoring. And a lot of people, if you're into the lore, would say, oh, well, Baldur gave Hermod the ring to show that he attained entrance into the shaded realm of Hela. And but this is the symbology behind it is to show the re-attainment that he has returned. So the Baldur image is post Ragnarok, and so he has donned the armoring again. And so I just writing on there, I just wrote Dropnir, the dripping one, to convey that. So the choice of each of the runes was thought out and was tried. I tried to, again, give respect to all the futharks, whether it was the Kelverstone futhark, the Vadstena Brekte futhark, whether it was the Anglo-Saxon Frisian, the younger futhark. I didn't go so much into like the Swedish or medieval, quick staves that they were using for a while. And I even pulled a little bit from the Armanen and the German medieval futhark, which only comprised of 8 runes. Some of them, like if people were ever wondering like about the wolf's angle as a heraldic mark, it's listed as one of these in the futhark of that medieval German futhark, but also of the rune Erda, which is Othala with the spread foundations. So there was a lot of thought. I was trying to do the most respect. So it came with that, and with the rules of writing in English, and having some basic rules like having no double letters because those were redundant, and to be honest, take up a lot of space, especially when we start getting into Latinish and French words, and having some other simple rules like the double E sound in Iwaz and things like that. So that way we could formulate a better way for people to come to the Hoffs, see the pictures, read them, and go, oh, wow, and actually get a little gleaning of what is said on Thor's iron rod, Gridavor, or what is on the boat, or what is on Baldur's arm, or on Anana's horn, or on the crown of Odin. So things like that. That was the reason for the folk futhark.
Mace asks, have either of you seen the Ermin folk community in the Northeast? They seem like good folk from what I've seen of them. They are not. I don't like to badmouth people on here, and I don't really want to get into a lot of that. They used to be members of the Asatru Folk Assembly a number of years ago when I first became the Alsherjargothi. I have no doubt that a couple of them are probably very good people. Several of them are not very good people. There's a sinisterness and a just dishonorable contentiousness that is there by some of the people who are in charge of that I would advise you to stay as far away from as possible. I think from the outside, they can very much seem like they're very solid people. I think their messaging is very good. There's a lot of things that they do well. Interacting well with other people in a productive way is not one of those things. There is a treacherousness there that I would avoid at all costs. Do you have anything to add on that, Svan?
I try not to speak of much outside of my experience with things. If I don't fully know, then I won't speak. But I do have some gleaning physically of this situation. I think with those folk, I shared Horden with them on numerous occasions early on when I was formulating my kindred here in Virginia, and I think that there were some moves that were being made, political machinations that were being attempted, in which I was being led to try to break off, to fragment away from the folk assembly and to pursue some sort of other, I guess, confederation would be the best word. And I wholly rejected that, obviously. However, the way that it was presented to me did leave a very bad taste in my mouth when it came to the way that that was handled, the way that that was dealt, and some of the venom that was kind of placed about in the air around me when I was so young to the folk assembly. And I think that's the reason why it was being directed at me, was because they felt that perhaps my loyalties to the gods, or at least to the Asatru Folk Assembly, would somehow be compromised. And I think I sorely upset them in the idea that I had pledged my loyalty. And so my loyalty was not going to be tested and moved in that way. And so I would just say simply that beware of those who gift over much. That's the only advice I could give there.
King of Cheese, Matt Svan, speaking about the runes being lenses and possibly messages, do you think it is possible for our ancestors to use them to try to communicate to us? Certainly. I think both like intentionally and in a much more subtle way through our soul matrix communicating to us. But I think both of those are very real possibilities. What say you, Svan?
Absolutely. I think that us understanding knowledge on the material level is important, attaining that knowledge. I think the sacrifice that is taken to understand, but it's worth noting that our ancestors gained that knowledge. They were given that knowledge by Rig, by Heimdall, and so that knowledge, those power, the understanding and the structural nature of the universe and the frequencies that create it are within our soul, just as much as the Ond and breath of Odin is. So I think that once we dissipate from the physical and move into the wholeness of our ancestral lines, we are more connected to those frequencies and understanding the symbology of the way to communicate with those on the physical realm. Yes, I don't see it as much in my works with ancestral messaging. I think I don't see it as much, but sometimes it does happen. It formulates itself after asking questions to the ancestors and then seeing them. Partially too, though, it could be based off of your knowledge of it. Again, your awareness of things in the physical realm helps facilitate communication. Deed. So not only, just as much as, say, runic knowledge could help you receive messages, so could prayer. So could devotional acts. You don't have to know the runes to receive messaging when you do things through acts of devotion. And that is the language that they can speak to you because you are well versed in that language. So the point I would say is yes, if you're well versed. If you are not, there are other avenues of communication that can be attained. And it really, I think, depends on the individual. But our ancestors, I think, know this about us. They're connected to us and they cannot be separated from us. So they understand the language that perhaps they could best communicate to you in order to give you a sign, an omen, or things of that nature. So that applies to even things like pictures falling or finding items and objects, or hearing voice, like that, not hearing voices, but like hearing someone being mentioned, like someone mentioning an ancestor. And suddenly you think back to a moment that you had a conversation with them, and all of a sudden the wisdom that was gleaned in that conversation many years later after their passing has a new meaning. So yes, I do believe so, but it's not the only form I think that they communicate through.
Shay asks, is there symbolism to be found between the planets and our gods? Svan, take it away.
Ooh. When we talk about astrological things, we have to, of course, lay foundational, respect towards where these ideas come from, whether it's, ancient zodiac signs from the Babylonians, or of the Greeks and their escalation of this and the reforming of it towards their cultural language. And so, of course, science applied the Roman, Hellenic, and Etruscan names to the planets, and we could find correlation. I mean, our ancestors did that with the days of the week, and when we saw, Mars Mars's day, we saw Tia's day, and when we saw Mercury's day, we saw Woden's day, and when we saw Zeus's day or Thor's day, we made these correlations in the past. And again, this is more cultural expressions. Could we correlate them together? Yes. Have people done it? Yes, actually. If you're interested in some form of runic astrology or connections, I would recommend looking into Nigel Pennick. He is kind of an undersung runic authority of the earlier times of like Asatru coming into being in the early 80s and 90s. And he has a ton of really interesting stuff to think about the ordering of the runes in 24 to be the hours of the day, to zodiac signs in and of themselves. Nigel Pennick is, I would say, one authority I would greatly recommend people, if they're interested in those things, to look into. But as far as correlation goes, I would say it would be entirely upon us if we were to correlate those things. If we were to see Frigga as Venus, or to see Freya as Venus, that would be more or less an expression on us now. And since as an authority, would we say it as an authority, and would people accept it? That's a different question all in and of itself. Or is it an issue that needs to be addressed? But I think it's a very interesting topic, and I would definitely recommend Nigel Pennick's runic astrology if anybody's interested in those kind of fields of thought.
Bobby Shotwell, your opinions on the theory that trees produce O2 to grow humans so that they may consume us when we die, hence farming us. He says, joking, I only had a second to jump on, and I wanted to thank you for doing the stream. Yes, and it is funny, and I chuckle at it, but what I do think is kind of an interesting point is the connectivity that we see between us and the world around us. That cycle does, in fact, happen, not due to the malevolence of trees, but due to the interconnectivity that we see around us that I do think is important to note. Nick asks, Svan mentioning Rig as Heimdall, but is that certain? Bellows gives a good argument that the only connection of Rig as Heimdall came from an annotation done 300 years after the Rig's Thula was written, and that Rig and his connection to traveling and the runes much better fit Odin.
Yes, I would say that the first and biggest point is in the beginning of the Volaspau, the kenning that is mentioned of the folk is the sons and daughters of Heimdall, or the sons of Heimdall. And I think that is probably the best gleaning point of understanding that there was a connection to Heimdall as a progenitor of the folk, the progenitor of our people. Some could even correlate this idea that if we looked across the board towards other Aryan branches, then Heimdall would then present himself very much like a Promethean figure, but instead of punishment, there's an advancement of each generation, the great grandfather, great grandmother, and so on and so forth until King Konig is made. I would say that point of mentioning that the folk are the children of Heimdall is one of the key points that would lend towards it being Heimdall.
All right. Well, so we're out of questions in the side chat. If you guys have more questions you want, please feel free to throw them out there. In the meantime, I'd like to cover a little bit more about the Gylfaginning as a source. As Nick mentioned earlier, it is the source that we get our ordering of our temples, at least to start out, and kind of a definitive measure of which of our gods are the gods beneficial for mankind to worship. And it's a really well presented and concise way of understanding our cosmology in an informative way and not just in an artistic way. Svan, do you have any more you want to add on the Gylfaginning, its importance, its place in our corpus of lore, or why it's particularly significant for us to give credence to?
I think it's worth noting first and foremost that what is spoken of and then what is brought into verse is very important and should be noted by the reader, that we're gaining extra access when we talk about knowledge that's cross all the stories, when we're looking at them from whether it's, the Gylfaginning, whether it's Fathrudrismal, whether it's Grimnismal, whether it's the Alvismal, in which Thor even talks to Alvis about correlations and kennings and things. These across the board can be used to compare and to kind of glean deeper wisdom of the way our ancestors saw the divine, saw the divinities in a poetic format, and thus gleaned some of the ideas of their power. Another major thing too is bringing it back to the 12 temples of the gods. So it's worth noting, of course, in the Gylfaginning that Freya is mentioned in the list, and also Hodur, or Hod, Baldur's brother, and of course, lastly, the kinslayer Lopter is mentioned. So it's worth noting first and foremost when we come into that, Njörðr, let me back it up. Odin, his sons are mentioned first, and that's of course Thor and Baldur. And then when we talk about Njörðr, Frey is mentioned and Freya is mentioned. However, we've decided to go first with the Aus and to take the formulation of the Aus first. And so when you look at the list, you see this ordering and you're like, oh, well, how it's kind of changed. But it's not necessarily changed. It's that when we the concept of the Ausinir and how they will be placed in devotionals and in the premise of Hoffs or buildings or harrows or groves or whatever it may formulate into, the point was to find the way now. And so Freyr is mentioned. Yes, Freya is mentioned, but she will be that will be negotiated when we tackle the Ausinir. So I've always been of the mind to state that we have the 12 Aus that are mentioned in the Gylfaginning, and in which the three say there are 12 Aus or gods and 12 Ausinir. But in the list, they of course mention Freya because of her correlation to Njörðr. The other point is it's well worth noting and stating that Hod is not worshipped by men, and it is stated as such. And again, in our faith, looking at Baldur and Hod as both diametric polarities, they source from the same. They are, but one is bright and one is dark. One is awareness and one is ignorance. One is governance and the other is even possibly the point of destruction, and the idea of either whether it's internal or external destruction. So Hod is seen as a polaric force to Baldur, and so Baldur is of course order and light. So the temple to Baldur was focused upon, and because Hod is mentioned as not being prayed to by men, but merely understood as the point of his Orlog. And lastly, of course, Lopter and our total rejection of the kinslayer, the total rejection of the outsider, the one who kills his blood brother's son. That would be obvious, and I think that we don't really need to go into that, but it is worth noting that the Asatru Folk Assembly has that stance against that kind of desire or need to aggrandize aberrations that seem to be pervading in modern times. They aggrandize the aberrant. When our ancestors saw the aberrance of Lopter, they knew that yes, these things are oftentimes that which is vile remains because it seems to give credence to its existence, and even aids in the folk. And there's a lot of lessons to be learned in that. And I think that's why the gods have the story for us to clearly see. But eventually that aberration turns into malevolence and malignant form. So obviously we take a strong stance against that. That is chaos, and the warning of allowing chaos to come in, both in Fenris Wolf and also into by Lopter Laufison. So
Nick Sallow asks, where are we able to find more information on the folk futhark?
Come to the temples. try to discern what I've written. I still to this day too, when I go into Thorshof, I read again, and then I try to see if I've made some sort of mistake or something that I need to edit. As far as the folk futhark would go, I think for membership, perhaps could start a group to tackle the rules of the linguistics of the folk futhark and to better utilize them for writing. I do want to bear in mind, though, that we're not trying to make the runes mundane writing forms, but it is worth perhaps maybe in art or maybe in the expressions of our devotion to utilize the folk futhark and having people know the folk futhark so that they can express and thus connect different groups, whether they're in California or whether they're in Australia or whether they're in Sweden. The idea would be, okay, this person is an American, he's going to be writing in American English, so it's going to be structured this way, and I know these rules so that I can read it and I can translate it into American English, and thus it would apply to German or Swedish or even Anglo-Saxon. It seems to be, and that's one of the big things I try to take consideration, was to create the folk futhark to facilitate all of those languages, whether they're Gutsikrazda in the dead languages of the Gutans, or the English, whether we're talking Elder English or Modern English or Modern English, we could utilize it all.
So, follow-up question to that, and for someone with a strong interest in rune work, what literature is a must? What do you recommend, Svan?
I'm a huge fan because when I came into Asatru in the early 90s, the internet wasn't really around, but what was around was the works of Edward Thorson, Stephen Flowers, and I would argue his knowledge base and the ability for him to look across vast amount of knowledge from all across in the modern age has allowed him to really spearhead a lot of our directional thought in the runes. So most certainly futhark, the Nine Doors of Midgard, I think are great because they also have personal devotional things that can be done in order to incorporate the runes. And I'm speaking on behalf for myself, my kinship towards his lore. I don't want to speak as an entirety of the church, but certainly his knowledge is impressive, and so I would definitely say any works by him in relation to the runes are invaluable, at least into starting some of the bigger concepts. And the Wood Harrow Institute, I think, is a powerful cornerstone in some of that, but also too, I would say looking at cross knowledge of the runes, especially in Rune Lore by Edward Thorson. That book in and of itself does present every evolution of the futharks throughout the Elder period, the medieval period, the Reformed period, and what I would consider now the Reconstructed period, or the Assumptive period, the period we're assuming now. He covers that in Rune Lore so well. It's not necessarily a rune book on runes, but more a rune book on the history and the evolution of runes. And I think he nails it in that book. So it gives you a great, you are here on the map kind of view of things.
So I think Dr. Flowers is probably the best go-to for runic understanding in modern times. But I'd add for people who already have a good foundation, one of the books that he's written that I think is really important on rune work is Alu. And I think it talks a little bit more about what to do with runes once you understand them. And I think Alu is a really, really good book. I loaned out my copy and now I don't have it anymore. But yeah, I've gone back to that several times, and I think that's a really good one of his, one of my favorites. Jason asks, who are the gods of autumn? Who do you worship to give praise to for the harvest season? What are your thoughts, Svan?
This time of the equinox, I think, is we covered this a little bit at Thorshoff. I would say a great lending of prevalence to Freyr first and foremost with Freyfaxi and that time, whether that holiday falls on the first harvest or the second harvest or whatever it might be in your area is different. And of course, a lot of people do call it Loaf Mass or Hlauf Mass, but Freyr and his cycle, the ending between Charming the Plow to Loaf Mass or Freyfaxi, I think is hugely important. These are the laying down of the harvest season, and so summer. Reading or looking at the lyrics of John Barleycorn, looking at the Akerblot or Akerbot amongst the Anglo-Saxons have a deep connection to the formulation of modern Asatru's Charming of the Plow and of Freyfaxi or Loaf Mass, but also to a transitional point now as we move into winter, the first holidays of winter, the Alsherjargothi that I would lean towards giving honors to would most certainly be Ullr and Iduna or Idun. And in obviously with the harvest of the apples this time of year, there's symbology there with the renewing of the vitality and the immortality and the innocence of the gods and their places. They kind of encapsulate the last bastion of growth and fruitfulness right before the time of death, is poetic and beautiful, and I think Iduna is worth honoring. And I think also to Ullr, because also as we transition into this time of death, we begin to realize the natural cycles of things. We begin to see vegetation leaving, and we see the predatory prey, cyclical nature of death and of the everything from the human to the prey, whether it's an animal like a deer or a boar, or we see it when we see the eagle taking the sprouse, or we see the owl taking, the rabbit or the mouse. And so we see him correlating. The other thing too, I would say, is prayers to Odin in regards to safekeeping. I think our ancestors really premised the idea of the wild hunt starting at the equinox and carrying on into Yule, and the idea of giving homage to Odin as he takes on a very darker aspect of himself. And he correlates to this, and then he becomes glad again. He becomes good again as the Yule Father. But before the Yule Father, he is, the maestro of the wild hunt. And so don't go out at night in the picks up, that I think that's cultural and folklorish, but it's worth having that in your heart. And so honoring Odin, honoring Iduna, honoring Ullr, I think, and honoring Frey are really big ones around the harvest and the equinox and that turning time.
I think Svan covered all of our bases there pretty good. I think he hit the nail on the head. Jason asks, here's another. How do you personally deviate Orlog from weird? Svan?
Ooh, yeah. So we're bringing that up about the earlier before with the Theodish. One thing it's worth noting is that weird and Orlog are in essence the same thing, culturally different words. So it can be applied as they are the same thing. And I could have a definition for weird and apply it to Orlog. But one thing that has been coming out of modern Asatru and our spiritual expression is that they do have kind of a slight difference in perspective. One, a lot of people in modern Asatru, especially in the States here, see weird as an over-pervading sense of time and fate, and that Orlog is more connected maybe to the individual and their deeds, or to a group of people and their deeds, or to, say, like the gods in the slaying of Ymir, thus bringing the three thirsts, the ones that we speak of in hushed tones around the well. This idea of Orlog bringing debt is hard, more focused and hard lined towards the Nordic concept of deed and debt, whereas weird, because it's from the English side and there isn't a ton of depth in there, I think naturally it's taken its name to mean more of a broad term because there isn't so much detailing of it.
I think certainly in a modern conceptualization and perhaps in a more ancient conceptualization, Orlog being that primal law or the primal layer has a lot to do with the hand that you are dealt when you enter a situation, like the hand you're dealt when you're born, and the Orlog that you have, the things that has set into motion, or the path that has, the trajectory that has set you on. I think same could be said for a group or anything else. There's that primal layer that you're starting the game with. I think weird is the interplay of what you weave from that point forward. I think Orlog sends out those strands, but weird is how those strands intersect and are woven together depending upon a variety of things, not the least of which are choices and decisions that you make in your life. So I think that's the fundamental modern usage of those terms as far as differentiation. But again, like Svan says, we're taking two words from different areas and vastly different time periods and trying to make them, marry perfectly. And I think there's probably overlap on each. King of Cheese. Oh, hell, I forgot my Streamly question. Matt, Svan, how are you two doing tonight? Svan, how you doing?
Doing well. I'm doing very well.
Well, Tony, I appreciate you asking. I'm doing fantastic. Say it every week, but I look forward to these all week. Again, I'm talking to one of my best friends. We're talking about what I dearly love. I'm especially excited tonight because I get to get the Sigurheim off my chest and tell people about it, because something I've been really excited about for for quite a while, but very specifically for now. Jason asks, how do you guys observe the holy powers in your daily life? Svan.
I think first and foremost, it starts with deed, and it starts with, again, laying the foundations of Orlog, laying the foundations of weird, and making sure that conducting self in right action and presentism, the idea of seeing yourself in the present moment and knowing that your deeds now could be affected from things in the past, and what you do now can also affect things in the future. So that presentism, first and foremost, I think is a devotional act. And then my ancestors, I deeply focus on every time, that I talk about them, every time that I see them on my mantle, or if I give offerings or ask prayers, or even laying at night and saying, I hope I'm doing the right thing. I hope you see me. I hope you notice me. And these, of course, a lot of times the interactions come from a necessity or need. And that idea, I don't necessarily ask for help when I need help, but I need to know that I'm doing well, or I hope to know that I'm doing well. And I try to balance that and think about that a lot, because I battle myself all the time. And I'm trying, am I over asking? Am I doubting myself? Things of that nature. And so a lot of my self-reflection is kind of also like delving into the pool of my ancestry and asking for any sort of gleaning sense that I'm on the right path. They understand. So a lot of devotional towards that, and towards land spirits. I see things about me, and signs things, and I try not to overspin into a realm of everything has an overt meaning, but that once it pierces deeply through consciousness and into subconscious, that's when I start to pay attention. As far as the gods go, I try to express to the gods in individualist ways. I try to see the gods in their multiplicity, much like when Bobby was joking about the trees. Everything in nature has formulation of desire, power. It's what is victory, what is defeat, all of these things, the gods too. And so I think that trying to attain the understanding of what is good from the gods, what they want, what they seek, how to emulate that, how to act upon that is important. And of course, too, just praying in devotion towards the gods for the sake of devotion, the sake and the sacred act of saying thank you for. I can't even put my name or my word on it. It just is a thank you. And then noticing the blessings that are around me, and understanding that the multiplicity that I just spoke of, the ancestors, the land spirits, the gods, and the Alfar and the Dithir, all formulate I guess, an ecosystem of forces in my life that help me go forward and move. So I think that punctuating with devotional act, sharing things that are made, gifting is probably the best way I've ever correlated my devotion to the divine powers around us.
You know, my answer to that is, I don't know. Again, coming from a little bit different angle. It's a really good question, and I'm trying to think of the best way to convey my meaning. My interaction with the gods is very much devotional. And the response comes in the way of a feeling, of emotion, of perceived blessings, or perceived, whether I feel the gods are proud of me or not, whether I feel the gods are pleased with something I'm doing or something I'm not doing, whether they're perhaps disappointed in a way that I might be letting them down or not doing enough. And I feel those things, and communicating how that transpires or the mechanism is very different. You know, I don't, you know, they don't materialize before me and say these things in an audible language, but I feel them on a very primal level in sometimes very profound ways. I am fortunate enough that I get to interact with the gods at their altars and their Hoffs in a way that some other people don't get the chance to, or certainly don't get as many chances as I do in so many of the different Hoffs. The feeling is so amplified in those places because the presence of the god fills that space in such a unique and a profound way that once you have that connection with the gods, you feel that in a very different way than you feel when you're not there. But yeah, I perceive the presence of the divine in a fundamental emotional way that transcends the mental into direct feeling and response, as opposed to contemplation and then a feeling. A feeling will come over me and it passes through my conscious mind, and all of a sudden I just feel. And I know that's an ambiguous, neither here nor there way to answer the question, but it's the closest I can come to articulating that in a way that communicates my point to you guys. And I hope there's some sense you guys can make of that. Would the AFA be willing to work with Latin/Roman or Celtic pagan groups in America as long as they are folkish? It's an interesting question. I'm not sure if any of those groups are folkish. There's an idea that comes across that I'm not sure the polite way of saying it. If there were a form of peerage, if these Latin groups or these Celtic groups had as many members, were as active, had temples, and had the things that we had, then yes, perhaps teaming up with them would be a very reasonable thing to do. When you have a group like the AFA that's been very successful, what often comes our way is very small groups of 10 people here, or perhaps 20 or 25 people wanting to team up with us on something. And that's not how team works. A team works when, some sort of equals are mutually engaged in an activity. I would be happy for small groups of Roman or Celtic practitioners to support the AFA and what we're doing. I think that would be great. I think there may be some circumstances where we would want to work together for something, or where we'd have some sort of common cause. In most aspects, I think the people that are drawn to that would be much better served just joining the Asatru Folk Assembly, since our Aryan faith is built of the same wood, but in a different configuration. I think that their spiritual needs would be met here in a way that they're not met where they're currently at. And that's what I think a much better unity of working together would be, is for them to join us. The King of Cheese asks, I know Skaði was born an ice giantess, but was married into the Aesir. Do we still lavish her with the same love and respect and worship as the other goddesses, or is she considered an other? Svan, what say you?
I think it's very important. That's a great question. First and foremost, I think it's very important that we try to understand that the Jotuns, as a force, are not so alien to the gods. We need to understand that they're not like some sort of completely separate race, but instead correlate from the same primordial foundation. And so the difference between them would be much akin to the difference between a Frank and an Anglo, or the difference between a Dane and an Alemannic German. And I know I'm utilizing that as a very modern sense of the tribes and things, but when the divine always seems to, I see this a lot in Asatru where they're referred to as Etin brides. I think that it's worth noting that when a Jotun correlates their loyalty to the Asa, then they deserve to have a place within the spectrum of order, even though they do often represent kind of an edge in there where they're kind of bridging in between. I would argue so does Thor, as he does bridge in between those. And so it would be a disservice for us to consider them simply an other, or to consider the gods as that they're somehow completely separate from the source of the Jotuns themselves, that they're some sort of other race or alien people that are interacting. But instead, we can see the origins as we go further back. I mean, obviously with Mimir and with Njörðr, or and we can go into that. So one of the things that I always try to preface to people is, for instance, understanding that if a Etin bride is aligned to by marriage or gives birth to an Asa, that then would lend her that correlation of space within. Now, is she of the 12 Asenir that we pray to? No. But to give respect is worth noting. Devotion, perhaps aid, might not receive it, but to give respect is certainly a good move. I think this would apply to Gerda or Gerður. I think this would also apply to Gríðr, and a lot of people may not know that name, but Gríðr is the mother of Vidar, or of Rimdur, as she is the mother of Váli, and so they are mothers of Aus, and they are honored in the temples. So I think that they shift their allegiance, their understanding. They become part of the organizational strata of the cosmos, as opposed to the chaotic, consumptive part. And so respect, yes. Worship, I think that's on the individual. But certainly giving respect would be where it is due. And I think that once you step outside of those bounds, once there is not a physical threshold that's been passed through, those are, chthonic forces of chaos and consumption, and they don't really apply. And I think that this is a great thing in seeing, whereas, like, for instance, Ægir and Rán are seen as almost like they are Jotuns, and they're not necessarily aligned with the gods, but hosting them in truce still leaves them to be Jotuns. I think most everybody sees Ægir and Rán as Jotuns, and especially if you're out in the middle of the ocean and you're left to the devices of those chaotic forces, you would see that. But it is not the same when we talk about Gerður, Skaði, Gríða, or Rindr. So I would say yes, to lay respect and not to consider them an other. I think this falls into a false dichotomy that there's some sort of kind of foreign, complete alien race of the gods. No, they share the origin from the proto-matter of Niflheim, and we can see the connective tissues between them. It's about allegiances. It's about order and accepting order or accepting chaos and wanting to gain revenge against those that slayed all Yelmer. So,
I think with Skaði, but with other beings that are in the higher realms, it behooves us all to be reverent in how we conduct ourselves. It occurs to me that, for so long we've been so far removed from our deities in the West, and specifically, I mean, we live in an age where irreverence is a value unto itself, which is certainly backwards from what any of our ancestors would have understood. We treat celebrity with reverence. We treat officials with reverence. We should certainly treat high supernatural beings and gods of our folk with reverence. And having that as your default position when something of magnitudes greater than you is before you is really important and essential to yourself as an individual, but to just conceptualizing the world around you in our practice. And this doesn't really go to your question. I'm not suggesting that your question was in any way irreverent or disrespectful, but the attitude that Svan spoke about respect, that's very important. And I think that when mortal addresses God, mortal assumes a respectful tone and a respectful posturing and a respectful countenance. I think that's the order of things. And if you embrace that, things go well for you. If you reject that, you're stepping outside the fundamental order of things, and you're in effect being an agent of chaos in a small way. I think we support the order of the universe when we respect that difference in positioning and that magnitude. Jason asks, what should I expect for my first gathering? I'm excited for Winter Nights. Well, Jason, if you are going to be at Winter Nights, you should expect to get to meet me and shake my hand. I look forward to meeting you there. You should expect to meet a number of other fantastic AFA leaders, and should expect to meet probably north of 70 AFA members who would love to make your acquaintance and strike up a friendship and talk to you about any of the things that are on your mind that you want to talk about. That part of the country in October might be a little bit chilly. I'm not sure where you're coming in from, so you should be prepared for it to be warm and be prepared for it to cool off and get chilly at night. I don't know if you're a family man or you're bringing any children with you, but there's going to be a lot of kids there. This is going to be our biggest, our largest gathering of kids at a winter night up to this point, I believe. There's a lot of activities set up for those children, so we've got a lot planned. We've got some really great rituals that are going to happen. You're going to get to meet leaders from certainly around that region, but also coming from outside of that district. And you should expect a really amazing weekend with some great people, and to really build some bonds that you can take with you and maintain and keep tight over the years, even if you're not able to make national events that often, or even if you guys go to separate parts of the country and you don't get to see each other. The connection that you make, you'd be surprised how long that can last if you nurture it. That's an experience a lot of folks have had at our events. So I think it's fantastic that you're coming out to it, and I look forward to meeting you. Make sure you come up and say hi. Jason also asks, I've been an AFA member for a month now, and I've been waiting on my membership card and pin. When should I be expecting them? So Jason, we've had a number of problems lately with supply chain things. We've had problems with people having inaccurate addresses in the database. What you want to do is reach out to our folk builder, Crystal Podbreger, kpodbreger@runestone.org. I'm sure Nick can throw up that address for you here directly. She is the lady that sends out our pins and cards, and you can check with her and see the status of your current situation with that. There's not a lot I can do directly with it on my end, so she is the lady that you want to speak to. And also from Jason, how far back can you both trace your ancestry? It's a good question, because to trace the totality of my ancestry, I suppose not very far, but certain strings of it I can trace back for quite a ways. My great-grandfather on my father's side of the Flavels, Harold Flavel, was adopted. There's family mythos that he might have been adopted into his family, to like an aunt or an uncle or a cousin or something, but I can't really confirm or deny that. So I kind of run into a dead end on that. And there's various branches that peter out and I run into dead ends on. But with one of my family lines, the Bonds that came over from Devon and from Cornwall, I can trace back in rough ways to the 1300s. And that's about as far back as any thread of my ancestry I know for sure goes to. What about you, Svan?
On one side, it's strange. On the Icelandic side, we have a database in Iceland, that follows the lineage almost all the way back to the 1500s, I believe, because of the language system in which we created a patrilineal and area naming system. So as far as the database goes, I could probably date it all the way back to the 15th century. But yeah, that's a lot of work and things of that nature. So I go back only about 3 generations as far as really looking into my family on my mother's side. My father's side, on the other hand, is actually really hard to nail down because they came from the north, and I presume from Canada. Looking on Ancestry.com and finding things that they came during the time when everyone was moving westward in America. They were moving westward to settle, and there was these huge job openings in the Northeast, and so a lot of Canadians, Anglo-Canadians, came down, and they were a part of the Millwards and the Lansings, where my lineage from them. But it's very sparse, and there are a lot of pictures. There's not a lot of written things from my family, and most of it comes from right around the turn of the century. I have a ton of pictures of my ancestors with their first Model T Ford, and one of my great uncles, his banjo is in my attic. He played on Coney Island as a musician. But as far as like details, I don't have a lot on my father's side, and that's other than later on he did marry into the Burlingame family, and there is some connectivity there with your wife. Obviously, there's as we go in the Asatru Folk Assembly, you find these connective tissues. So I'm in essence a kind of like a great cousin to your wife, Matt. But yes, that's about as far back as I can go with them.
All right. Ryan posits Skaði and Njörðr didn't get along, though. Couldn't live together. Isn't there a message there? Svan, what do you take from that element to their story?
First and foremost, I always take it in the school of thought when we talk about very similar to the vegetative process. And that's not a word of mine. That's a word that was utilized for a school of thought during medieval times when they were trying to gain some insight into German mythology from the Germans predominantly. But they talked about a lot about vegetative cycles, and what they're talking about is natural cycles. And I think first and foremost, it's worth noting, in my belief, the story of Skaði and the story of Njörðr is about the creation of lakes, the creation of rivers to the ocean, and in the formulation of glacier movements. So in a physical level, I would, again, we're talking about the coiled spring and everything kind of compressed together. I always view that story as a deeply connected about cycles of greater knowledge that our ancestors may not have, they were taught but not fully aware of, in the idea that she is a glacier power, a power of the mountain moving to the water. This could also extend in a way towards the water cycle of evaporation and to the mountain and coming back down. On a divine level, I see this conflict. We have to remember that Skaði comes into alignment with the gods in the same way that the Asas and the Vana, or the Aesir and the Vanir, come together in conflict. There's conflict first, and then there's alignment, and that always seems to happen in a lot of the grand cycles of Aryan mythos. So she comes in to avenge her father, which is seen by the gods as a good thing because of that. But what her father did was try to kill the gods. He tried to steal the source of their life by kidnapping Ivana. His name is Thiazi. So, that part of the story shows, I think, more or kind of sense of when a deed is done and when it comes to an end, there are repercussions that can be brought from those decisions. but that doesn't necessarily mean you have to equate them in the same way. Like a lot of people have this fatalistic idea that once an oath is made, it can never be reconstructed. It can never be reformulated. And that story, the part of that story really shows that when Thiazi is killed, that deed, the cycle of that situation, he tried to kill the gods, they killed him, deed is done. Skaði shows up to gain revenge, and the gods negotiate her in a totally different way because the deed, the cycle, the completion of it is done, and there's no reason to recontinue on in this fatalistic sense, but to formulate a union. So on a divine sense, I think that there's a great message there as well. As far as the literal not liking to be down at the beach in the story, that is, I think, the polarity that we see a lot in Aryan mythos, of the idea of the mountain versus the ocean, the frozen water and the fluid water, and our ancestors seeing this in the story, or seeing it in the world, and then the story is formulated, or perhaps the gods pass this on to us with them simply noting that we will make that connection. And so that is another reason why I take a heavy point that I believe Skaði is aligned with and part of the cyclical forces that were already formulated on the earth. The Vanir represent cosmic or natural law and cyclical law and chthonic law that's not necessarily seen as detrimental or corrupted or consumptive, but continuous for things to keep going, and thus form the foundation of order.
On a very fundamental level, it's a question that I asked myself as well, especially when we were establishing Njörðr's, was how prevalent do we want to depict Skaði in that situation? And because of, she's very minimally depicted because of the unpleasantness of how that relationship turned out and worked. I think so many of our myths are layered, and I think everything Svan said is true. I think on the other end of it, there is a god and a being of divinity that expectations did not meet reality. And I think many of us in our own lives have experienced relationships like that. And there's dissatisfaction and incompatibility with those two beings' lives. So I don't think it's a fundamental tale of one good, one bad, but I do think it speaks of the incompatibility between those two divine powers, certainly in a consistent harmony or in a domestic sense. And I think that's worth us reflecting and considering in our worship practices of either, and specifically of Njörðr, because he is one of the Aesir that we're committed to worshiping. Jason asks, are shamanic values and interest observed in the AFA? It's a loaded question, because I think that probably depends on what you feel shamanic values are. Certainly there are some things that are points of commonality between shamanism and some religious practice, certainly some of the ordeals that Odin goes through, some of the ideas of challenge to the point of near death and returning from the other side with messaging could be seen certainly in Odin's hanging himself upon the world tree to win the runes. You see that in some Seidr practice, where there's ordeal and there's trance work to summon spirits from the other side to speak messages or give prophecy. I think there are elements, but I think it's different, and I think that could be said of a lot of different things. Svan, what do you think? How would you describe the interplay of shamanism between Asatru practice?
Yeah, when you talk about shamanic values, that's a broad term. Whether we're talking about, I've met some people who make proclamation of their shamanic credence, and some of them promote the idea that there's some sort of primordial universal religion that all humans are connected to, and I don't necessarily agree with that. However, I do clearly see shamanic practices in correlations to Odin and his attainment of knowledge, and I think that in the stories a lot of physical things, even to the point where Thor receives the hammer on his lap in order to then mete out justice for stealing the hammer. This correlation of a wedding is in the story, and that has a place. And I think that's the same way with Odin. But when we talk about shamanic value, we could talk about, like, do we have animism in our faith? Absolutely, we do. Do we have ancestralism in our faith? Yes, we do. And if we look at the Inuits and their form of shamanism, they have some deep connections to ancestral worship in their forms of shamanism, especially with them transferring to the souls under the ice and traveling through the holes under the ice. So I'm familiar with a lot of shamanism as far as reading a lot of corpuses of the lore, like the way of the shaman and things of that. And if we were to talk about like psychedelics and other things, yes, there's correlations to the possibility that soma, that was used by the Aryans that conquered India, used a psychedelic form as soma, or perhaps, the things that were used in the Germanic traditions that may have been prevalent, or fly agaric amongst the Siberian shamans and the Sami or Laplander people. There's correlations there, and I don't see that there's any sort of contriving conflict between the two. It's just, is it the entirety? No, I don't think Asatru has the entirety of shamanism as its view, but I don't see it as being conflicted if somebody practiced shamanism, as they would call it, or like, again, some people do call Seidr, the trance work that was done during Eric's saga, as a form of shamanism. Yes, that all has its place in our faith and in our lore, but I don't see there being a huge conflict.
I think that we're best to take our lore and our practices on its own terms, instead of likening it to something else that may have similarity, but that's not the same thing, and that's in a different context. I think when we're trying to relate an Asatru practice to shamanism, we invariably have a baggage as to what real shamanism is, and we try to overlay that onto something that we find similar. And I think we're better served to evaluate it in its own context and in its own terms, rather than likening it to something else, especially when the something else is a non-Aryan practice. All right, we're going to go with you on this first, Svan. What are your opinions on the Asatru Edda by the Norrena Society?
I'm familiar with the work. I have read it, and I have some lore discrepancies that I see, and I wonder how the letter B is represented in between the letter A and C, as far as like getting to these formulations of things. Like there are things like the worship of Ostara amongst the Asatru Folk Assemblies, that we have a holiday dedicated to her. She is the Ausinya of the Dawn. Obviously, there's other Aryan groups, but in the Asatru Edda, it is referenced that she is actually Not, or Nata, or Nocta, the goddess of the night, and that Ostara is just another name for her. That, again, seeing that and wondering how we get from that one point to another. the one other thing that was obviously like the concept of Heimdall being a hypostasis of Odin. That's kind of another thing. Another thing I remember reading is about Ymir and the idea that there's like two classes of the Jotuns. That the upper class comes from the upper part of the body and the arm is like symbolic meaning of that, and then the leg produces more based Jotuns. But it is worth noting in the stories that after the three come down and slay Ymir, there is a deluge of blood that destroys the entirety of the Jotnar, and all that is left is Bergelmir and his wife, and from them spawns the generations of the Jotnar. And so understanding the different classes of the Jotnar there in relation to how they survived the deluge is these are the little things that I see, and I often wonder about how they were attained, how they were brought about. As far as some of the translations go, I think they're interesting and really good. Again, I brought up earlier about Aurgelmir or Aurjelmir, and I think in the Asatru Edda it's mentioned that he is, it means clay specifically, which Aur has connections to clay, but I think that it's lost in the idea that they're talking about shaping and formulation. And so I have little things like that. The other thing that really kind of hits out to me is the essence of Seidr being strictly like an evil, malevolent witchcraft, which there is malevolent witchcraft, but that when we talk about, like, say in the sagas, the mentioning of Seidr in reference, like in Eric's saga or in the Greenlander saga, they use this Seidr to ascertain food sources or to make and heal the land. And I see numerous cases of runic usage in which they're malevolent. There's carving of runes. And so the idea, again, I like the idea of Heimdall being the one that bestows great wisdom upon the folk and understanding of the runes and those things, but to make them diametrically opposite to specifically Seidr, I don't follow. I don't prescribe that entirely, and I think that it's worth noting and it's worth talking about. So, yeah, the Asatru Edda is a great format, and I think that having like a study guide that's really good. But looking into some of the details of it, I see things that I don't quite correlate to, and I find some of the connections between like Urdr of the Norns and Hela and Njörðr and Frigga all being kind of in correlation to one is a forced premise that if there is going to be a singular sky, there needs to be a singular mother. And I don't think that our ancestors worked in that way. I think that there was much like a Deus Pater or Pitar and a Praviti, but we're talking about Bor and Besla, and then the tripartite emerges from them, and there's a dynamicism of the gods in cosmic order. And so I have a lot of like foundational disagreements with a lot of that stuff. Nothing to the point where I would say it's venomous, but just kind of like point counterpoint, or as I'm observing things and reading, I find things not always kind of lining up, and it would seem forced at certain times.
Spawn's a very nice guy. So a couple of things that I think are fundamental to it, and Svan mentioned a lot of the points of deviance. One of my issues with the Norrena Society as a whole, and as it's been said before, I'm not a fan. I do like Mark Purrier. I think that he is a very good man. I don't feel like he is in control of that group, however. So I wouldn't say he is their leader. He is the founder of that group, certainly. But anyways, my point being, their approach to religion and our approach to religion is very different. They approach scholasticism first, and they try to bend they try to force the gods into the holes that they have created through their scholasticism and to fit their scholastic theories, rather than force their scholastic theories to change shape in reference to the gods. I think some of that has to do with the Asatru Folk Assembly's relationship with the gods evolving from interaction and practice and regular being part of that gift cycle, and the Narayana Society's relationship being a abundance of study of obscure tomes. I don't think that that study is bad in and of itself, certainly not. But we very much seek as our highest goal to honor and worship our gods and to build the best relationship to them out of piety and devotion. Whereas other people's top priority seems to be a perfection of archaeology and linguistics. And I don't think that's how it's supposed to work. Their Edda itself is a forcing of disconnected lore that's got different context and meant for different audiences at different times, and forcing it into their linear narration of events. And I certainly understand why that makes it much more accessible to the casual reader or somebody who doesn't have the familiarity. But it's forcing the gods to conform to their terms and their way of doing things, as opposed to forcing themselves to conform to the gods as they present and as they are. And Svan talked about this a little bit earlier when we're talking about the etymology in relation to our lore. There's very often two roads you can take in an etymological thing. It'll mean two different things. What informs our position on what of those things it means is the gods that we know and love and engage in our gift cycle with, not whether it fits a sociologist or an anthropologist's conception of an ancient artifact. Those things may seem like they should meet at some point of synthesis, and I think in a perfect world, maybe they would. But in the world that we live in, I want to err on the side of worshiping our gods instead of being a scholastic expert of old texts. And the two are very different things. And it may not be easy to see that if someone's new or if someone's looking in for the outside, but it's night and day for someone who is a priest to our gods over the years and the decades. Jason asks, do either of you feel disconnected from that which is holy? How do you reconnect? Svan?
Yes, I've had moments in my life where I was extremely, I felt extremely disconnected or extremely focused on the moment, so much so that I couldn't breach the threshold to the divine. I've been in some moments in my life where I felt completely on my own. And in a lot of ways, I akined it to being on an ocean without seeing land. And when I looked up, I saw clouds. I did not see stars. I could not orientate myself. I could not, again, breach that threshold back. And for me, it was different because I had it and then it was gone. And maybe it isn't different in this situation, but for me specifically, it was here and then it was gone and then it was back. And I think that we go through these times in our lives, and it's very important that we hold course. And these are the times in which it's often said that, until your father or your mother passes away, you're not truly on your own. There's the guidance is still there. And so what you apply in those moments and how you maintain the course is part of I think the observation of the divine. I don't think that necessarily they're leaving us or disconnecting us on purpose. I think that instead it's better to look at that fate is leading us into pathways where we will not be able to see the stars, where we will not be able to see the horizons, where we will not be able to see land. And it is incumbent upon us to turn inwards and rely on the strength and structures of things that we either know or we know to be true, and to hold that line so that when we do see the land, when we do see the stars, when we do see the horizon, we can return. And some people don't make it. I'm not pretentious enough to think that people always make it to that horizon, but I think it's really important. I did. I held my course and I maintained, and can then speak from a position where what awaits us on that side is better than what we left, but it is part of that growing time. And so I think the other thing is taking the gods and the morals of the gods and your people into yourself and seeing purpose in little tasks that you can complete is what got me through those dark times. And oftentimes too, if I felt like I was going through the motions, I was content with that, because those motions that I went through were setting groundwork for revelations that I would receive later in dealing. So I think that's important too, is to not look at things as being meaningless.
Thinking on this question, and I think it's a very good question, I really don't feel disconnected from the holy. And I have, to one degree or another, at different points in my life, I have been very fortunate in the fact that I have made this my life. I've made choices in my life to where the activities I engage in, certainly not everything, but in writ large, the activities I engage in, my circle of friends, my wife, my family are all part of the Asatru Folk Assembly and part of our faith. So I feel like I am connected to our faith and to the holy in a very organic way, and in a way that's very all-encompassing. And I'm very fortunate that that's my circumstance, because I know that's not the case for a lot of people. But to answer honestly, I really don't feel disconnected from the holy at this point in my life. And I'm very happy that I'm able to say that. Mace says, I've heard some people talking about birth runes. Is there any truth to this concept, or is this just a new age pseudo horoscope? I don't know who you've heard, and I don't know what they've been saying, so it's hard to definitively answer the question. The only thing that I know that would correlate to that is actually something that I do, and that's part of our AFA naming ceremony. When we're going to perform a baby naming with the parents, typically the day before, if I get to meet the child, lay hands on the child, get a sense of the child first, that's always better. And then that night before a baby naming, typically, and the time frame works different depending on the circumstance, but the night before, I like to make offerings to the Norns and draw a rune to interpret their gifts to a child. And I do one for Earth, one for Verdandi, and one for Skuld. And I ask for insight on that, and that I read them correctly. And I read those to, in Earth's case, set the child on solid foundation and give them a knowledge of where they come from to be rooted in. Of Verdandi, a rune to guide their interactions in the moment and in the now, and from Skuld to give them something, a goal to aim at, or a trajectory towards their future that's meaningful for them. And I do my best to interpret those. And, I believe that my hand is guided in that by the Norns. And that's something that I do at the baby namings I perform. And it's become part of our standard AFA ritual that we do for baby namings. I am not sure if that's what you were asking. I hope that it is. If it is, I hope it's useful. If not, ask again, or ask with some clarity following up, and we'll be happy to give you more on it. Nick said, you spoke of Seidr in a comment about shamanism. So what's Seidr, and what's magic in a modern sense? What is it for, and within the AFA's doctrines and beliefs? Svan, take a swing at that.
Specifically, when we talk about any sort of willful interjection of the individual into the well, into weird, into Orlog, in a format that is physical in nature in its inception, but becomes metaphysical in its intention, I think first and foremost is what I would call magic. And in the two forms that it seems to culturally have been for a very long time, for many, many decades, since the re-emergence of the faith, is in the form of either runic magic or runic implication, and also in what has been coined as Seidr. Seidr is, again, has been referred to as the seething and the bubbling of the cauldron, which has kind of a dangerous or negative connotations, but also with the elder path. And again, there's a lot of people that would say, oh, you're reading this linguistically wrong. But what I can say is that in the sagas, as we look at these practices, we see, again, what I'm talking about is the physical implementation of an individual turning physical action into metaphysical in order to garner results. And it is often very based on the intention of what is being done, and also to how they were formulated and taught to implicate their physical action into metaphysical. I think that magic in Asatru is not, they're not correlative in the sense that you can be Asatru and never really go down or into the realms of esoteric, metaphysical, willful magic. But you also can, and not necessarily be run out of town. And at the same time, there is a priestly correlation to the idea. We just talked about the idea of pulling runes. And we know from Tacitus's writings of the pulling of lots. He says lots, not runes specifically, but I'll go with that for linguistics. The father pulls lots during great times of auspice, around the full moon. Obviously, I think a child being born would be pretty highly done. And I think, too, if there was an established priesthood, our ancestors would definitely want a priest if they had the knowledge, and they would see it as a boon to have pull the lots or the ways of reading, to see, gleaming a little bit more into the nature of this child coming into our world. But when we talk about Seidr in a general sense is seen as a kind of a feminine form of magic, in which and it's feminine in the sense that it's receptive as opposed to interjective or projected, and that there is a trance-like state in which there's perhaps songs that are sung, and there's maybe even a platform that is built. And again, I'm bringing this from Eric's saga, in which the songs are sung, the platform is built, the songs are sung, the spirits are talked to, and then a resolution is attained to heal or to cause a difference of the way things are going. So that, I would say, is the closest thing to like a shamanic practice that I have seen and have been even witness to, and tried to debunk, actually, on my own, secretively trying to go into it, and kind of like a fist under the cloak. I had an alternative motive, and I was systematically ruined on that one, because many days later I came to find out that some of the things that were said to me were absolutely true, even though I left there thinking it was complete garbage. But so that is in and of itself. But you have like Edward Thorson, and you have books on the runes, and you have whole organizations dedicated to the continuance of the knowledge. You don't really have that with Seidr, and in areas that you do, it's oftentimes hoarded by, I would say, people with a maligned view of the world. Perhaps they live their lives, I don't think as the gods or as their ancestors might agree with, and sometimes it has a tendency to be kind of hoarded a lot in certain circles of, I would say, the more universalist side of Asatru, and so it does leave a lot of bad flavor and taste in people's mouths. But I think it's worth looking into, and I don't think it's wise to completely relegate it into the realm of evil, because I think that, again, the intention is to create metaphysical from physical, and that source is from the person. And I think being able to use baleful runes, like Skirnir says, he's going to carve the runes at Gerda. He's going to cast these runes that are going to do terrible things to her. Even though I don't think that's necessarily his source as a person, he's clearly showing his intent. And he's planning on making it very, very hard for her to live her life. So again, magic is a really interesting subject. I think it's really cool to talk about, but it's not the priority of the faith. I think it's like a kind of a religion or a philosophy or a combination of the two within a larger religion. And it can affect people and it can not. Some people just say, no, it's not for me. And that's perfectly fine. And other people are deeply, deeply invested into it.
So I think Svan covered it really well. One thing that I want to mention, when you wonder how magic reveals itself in the world, I think people have ideas of wizards casting fireballs out of their fingertips and doing stuff. And, maybe if you're a really awesome magician, you can do that. You need to show me sometime. Very realistically, though, we see it very often in synchronicity. We need to have our minds and our eyes open for that. We see it in increased synchronicity towards a goal, depending on the will that you put into your magical practice. And it's not always like the heavens rip asunder and something spectacular happens. Sometimes it's just nudging things in the right direction a bit. And I think that's much more often what we see happen. Rowdy Dude asks, for a newcomer, what advice would both of you give to someone trying to beat a vice? What do you got, Svan?
Ooh, I don't drink recreationally. I had that as a vice, especially after I returned from my military service. I found that I was utilizing it as a crutch to bury other problematic issues that I was dealing with. And I realized that. So I think first and foremost, you're taking the great step in recognizing a vice, whatever that vice may be. That's the first step. And then correlating a way to fix it. I went pretty drastic. I swore an oath, and I brought my religion immediately into controlling it, and the idea that if I break this oath, calamity befalls me. I believe this. So that really does correlate a lot of my handling of that vice. And so quitting cold turkey and all of that stuff, I understand in a non-religious context, that's very hard to do. And I'm not trying to push it off into, oh, we'll just make an oath about it and don't upset the gods. And for some folks, that's a possibility. For others, seek counseling, talk to your Gothar. If you're coming into the faith, you have the clergy that you can talk to. You have clergy who are life experienced. They're not cloistered ecclesiastical, ink smudgy monks living in far off little nooks and cottages. We are living people. We're married. We have children. We've experienced life. So you have a great value of being able to talk to your Gothar about your vices and problems. Also, if you have other forms of professional guidance that you wish to seek, and attack this from multiple angles. Absolutely. That could be detrimental vices, addictions, but it could also, we could be talking about like maybe food or lethargy and not committing to exercise. Those things I would say are lesser vices that need to be addressed as a person. And you could definitely get motivation from your Gothar to help you with those things. But big, kind of more calamitous vices, I would say attack it from multiple angles and allow your Gothar to be one of those tools to help you negotiate your vices and get them under control so you can live a fulfilling life and to honor your ancestors and make them proud of you.
I would say persistence is key. Not conceiving of it as a all or nothing. Something may have to do with the nature of the vice, but first, why is it a vice? What is bad about it? Be very clear with yourself, not just about the activity being bad, but the consequences of it that you want to correct. And then be consistent. It's a struggle every day to make progress towards, and being unable to be perfect doesn't mean you give up the struggle. It means you reevaluate what went wrong and you buttress your fortifications and you go ahead. And you keep doing that as many times as it takes to get to where you want to be. A lot of people think that you need to just cold turkey something and it's all going to work out. And if it's not, it's because you're weak and you suck and whatever. That's not the reality for most people. Most people, if it's a vice that you're actually asking this question because it's such a big deal to you, then chances are it's going to be a struggle. And that's okay. It is what it is. But there's not a dishonor in being unable to be perfect on it. The dishonor comes in quitting and giving up and not continuing the struggle. The struggle's steady and you've got to keep that up. It's got to become part of your daily routine to amend your lifestyle in such a way that you get over this vice. And if it's, situational or just a one and done, or if you fail, you'll start again next year, then you lose all the progress that you make. So be consistent and push forward and persevere. You have to be relentless in any of the goals you want to achieve. So that's my advice on that. Jason asks, what are your day-to-day activities for the AFA? Is it your full-time career? Svan, what do you do on a daily basis for the AFA, and what do you do for work?
Well, first and foremost, for me, it is mentally, I think, a point of consistent thinking. But I do have a family and I do have a job. I work and I work at my own work, and I try very hard to make it grow and be bountiful. And it is a craft, and I enjoy doing it very much so. And I think I bring some really good things to our folk. I bring a place for men folk to come and express themselves in a world where I think there's hostility towards men. And I'm a barber, so by trade and by business, and so I work at helping men find the discipline in their image and help men discuss things. Tonsorial work is also therapeutical work, if you will, but a lot of times too it consists with calling insurance companies to make sure that our insurance is up to date. Dealing with the logistics of a temple, or dealing with the aesthetics of certain things, making sure that I have time off so that I can fly to a temple and sleep on the floor in front of this wall and try to get it done in a very small window of time, because I got to be back at work, and I got to, if I, especially with people in barbering when they have schedules, and if I try a certain amount of time, they will go elsewhere. And So I'll lose clientele. So there's a struggles there. And but I find that the gods reward me. I've always been blessed, even though I would seem like a negative. I come back, and they're there waiting for me, or there's more folk coming in and doing good things. But there's always a kind of a duality, family and work, and devotion to the Asatru Folk Assembly and to the church, and they coincide together. So I view them as like two wheels on the same chariot. I can't. I would. Yeah, if one of them left. So, but I understand that duality because I'm in the middle and I have to kind of relegate time for those. And so that's my kind of coming to all of this, living a real life and having devotional time with the AFA, and then getting a chance to really see it come to fruition in things like this, like being able to talk to people or talk on a podcast. And I'm deeply honored, or in the murals, or to travel and see people at national events and see people I haven't seen in months, and just get a chance to like share stories with them and see their kids grow up and talk about little things and joke. It's very, very good. But I have to keep those two wheels tight and lined so that I can move forward.
So I am very fortunate in that this is, in fact, my full-time career. This is what I do full-time now. And surprisingly or not surprisingly, this keeps me busy pretty much from morning till night. Since we've been doing this, you may notice I look down and check my phone. I've had 8 different people contact me with various needs within the AFA that they need help with or answers on. My day-to-day activity, it's hard to sum up because I'm fielding calls for a large portion of the day. Sometimes those are counseling calls. I do a lot of counseling as a Gothi with folks who are going through things in their life and they need counseling on. I'm very honored that they come to me to do that. Various administrative calls with different AFA leaders around the country to get stuff squared away at our Hoffs, or with programs that we have going on, or with the mentoring of new folk builders or our Gothar who are in training. Taking organizational meeting calls for different Hoff districts, different leadership units, managing a lot of our social media output as far as posting things up and sharing things around. At my level, I'm able to see all of the different things that are going on, so it's easy for me to see what's needed whereas some other folks that are a little bit closer to the ground on what they're doing, their view's different. They don't have the same vantage point. So I'm connecting a lot of people that way most of the time, making calls and planning our growth and development, trying to spend the time necessary in study and meditation and prayer and in contemplation to plot what I feel is going to be beneficial in serving the gods and good for our folk. But yeah, I'm a pretty busy guy with this, and I'm very blessed because of it. There's nothing else I'd rather do. This is a dream come true. But yeah, this is what I do for my day to day, and just about all day, every day. You can ask my wife, because sometimes it takes priority and interferes with some more mundane stuff. But like I said, I'm so blessed to be able to do this. Nick asks, what's the right way to pray? I would say the right way to pray is respectfully and from the heart. I think that prayer is a part of the gift cycle, and giving freely of yourself, even if that just means being emotionally giving and giving authentic and honest worship and prayer, matters a lot. If you're reciting something formulaic or you're going through motions, I think that makes the gift less genuine, and I think that makes the connection less good. I also think that knowing place and going before higher powers is very important for your mindset. You don't want to approach these gods like they're your homies. That's not what it is. These are the gods of our folk. You don't need to grovel, but you do need to be very respectful in how you approach them. But that's what I would say is genuineness from the heart and respectfulness is the right way to pray. Beyond that, I also think it's customary to leave some sort of an offering, be it a shot, some incense, something as a gift to pay it forward. And like, hey, I'm giving you this and I'm opening up, and then do whatever prayer you feel so compelled to speak from your heart on. That's my advice. Svan, what say you?
It's kind of like what you were talking about with vices and the idea of consistency. I think that establishing consistency is important. I think that if you create some sort of physical threshold that indicates that you are now focusing your whole mind and body into the moment of prayer, is a good habit to start doing. That's not necessarily saying that you have to do that. I lay down in bed sometimes and pray to my ancestors, or just kind of out into around me into the world, without any sense of it. But I will say, for me, like the lighting of a light was very, very important. And I'll give you a funny, even to the point where I'm lighting. I lit a flashlight under a poncho liner because of light discipline. The idea of popping that light was so ingrained in me, to the idea that now was the time in which I could just relent over. There's all this stuff going on around, and now I'm praying. And I know I'm praying. And sometimes the conversation that followed that lighting wasn't always entirely reverent, but also sometimes it was personal. Sometimes it was filled with doubt, fear, self-reflection. Am I doing this right? I remember even praying like, don't let anybody get the drop on me. I'm not afraid of death. I just don't want to be like caught with my pants down. So for a long time I was praying like, please, if I could just have the wherewithal to know, that's all I'm asking. That's all I want, please. But, and again, it's infantile to think about it now, but that's kind of the form of prayer, was just to be able to do some simple thing, one little thing that passes you through a threshold to express yourself in prayer. I don't think it's always right to just ask of things. That's not necessarily the case. I'm just utilizing that for a time in my life where I was. And so I would say, formulate some sort of something that starts, or perhaps if it is the gifting, if like with the Alsherjargothi, if he says, you leave a gift, well, the idea of maybe just even holding that gift and saying something, and then pray and then give, that's a consistent thing. And I've always been of the mindset that tradition is started by repetition, and repetition builds might. The idea of being able to build might through orthopraxy that is consistent and constant. So I would recommend that. And then whatever you do to pray is, that's between you and your ancestors and the gods.
Absolutely, on some of the, little touchstones of your ritual to get you in that space and to build that mighty orthopraxy. I usually do that by lighting a candle or a selection of candles. But again, with that ignition of flame, that light is a part of what I do as well. All right. So last question of the night, and this is a record. I think it beats me and Svan's previous record. This is 3 hours and 40 some odd minutes now. So doing all right. I appreciate you guys listening to us. Ryan asks, I made a horg in the backyard and it was destroyed twice in a row after surviving months. Should I persist and remake it, or just wait till I'm on my own? He's living with multiple people. Absolutely, you should persist, and you should try to get to the bottom of who's messing up your stuff and have a very serious conversation with them. I don't know these people, so it's hard to just throw out random advice, but I would be very sure that the people that you lived with have respect for you and understand that you're doing something serious and not something silly. I think that's fundamentally important, but I think you should absolutely persist and continue doing it. Just like we talked about battling vice, building virtue is the same. It's a consistent, persistent drive forward that is relentless, that does not relent no matter what bars its way. And that's how you overcome. And that's what I'd suggest you do. Do you have any thoughts on that, Svan?
I guess one thought that entered my head was if we're talking about a horg, and some folks might not know what a horg is, or again, that term is utilized sometimes differently amongst folks in areas. I'm assuming the horg is an outdoor place of worship, and if that's the case, you might be dealing with. I don't immediately go to the idea that the people you're living with might be nefarious. It could also be something else, something is people passing through the area, or you might have another issue. But finding out that issue is important. Definitely pursue in continuing to build it. Remember, we have heroes that died to keep the faith of our gods alive. For us to stack stones in honor of even the land wights is an act that we must maintain. So I definitely agree with the Alsherjargothi on there, is that the persistence of it is true. Another thing, though, to bear in mind, and I'm not saying that you can do one in order to deflect the other, but having a harrow in your room or in your home, expanding some of your devotional expression can be made. I have a mantle place, but I also have a cabinet that I open up, much like almost like a devotional reliquary box or a prayer box, where I have Godsteads in it and I stand before it and give thanks there too. You can open up your devotional expression to other things, but again, as I agree with the Alsherjargothi, it's a point now you have, like, if I would want to know, and I would definitely continue, because that's not respectful. I would not go and burn down a church. I would not go and defile a place that was sacred to another person, as I see that is not noble. And I think that if you're having someone being absolutely vilely ignoble to you, it's incumbent upon you to find out why and how to rectify that situation. I'm not saying that you have to do anything physical, but you need to come to the bottom of it, find out about it, and make sure that you can work to the point where it's rectified.
So we got two more questions that snuck in under the wire. Katie asks, Svan, do you have a morning ritual, and how's it include your kids?
Well, so right now I homeschool my children, so a lot of the morning is dealing with the youngest while the eldest gets on, because he's very good at doing his schooling. He wants to get it done right away, and I can walk by and help him while I'm dealing with the youngest. And then the middle child, she's a little bit more where I need to be hands-on with her. In the morning, I mean, I think beyond breakfast and things like that, it's been very chaotic as of late, and I wish I could have more of a devotional time of doing things. I've been very hectic. Perhaps this is a reminder. Your question is giving me a reminder to, like, hey, don't forget the stuff you were doing. And a lot of that now is I of course I did partake in some Stavr runic movements, but my form of Stavr is not based on static movements. They're based on dynamic movements for lymphatic drainage. So I would do some of that stuff in the morning. Sometimes I would just do the first Ector and then be done with it. As far as with the kids, whenever we eat, we always do a food blessing, because I try to really, really drive home to the kids that they need to be thankful. We have chickens, the eggs, the food that we have. We need to be thankful of the animals that brought it there. I make them very aware of everything that we're eating, the lives that were lost in order for us to survive and to grow and be strong, and to be thankful of that, and to be thankful of our ancestors and all the struggles that they had. So we do have a food prayer that was written by Whitton Turnage, and we utilize that every time we eat. And I've now gotten to the point where I've even observed my children doing it on their own, and that was absolutely a golden moment. So, but yeah, that's all I have on that.
All right. Are simple devotions to the gods viewed as silly or insignificant? No, not at all. Not if they're genuine. I think sometimes the most simple thing, if it's genuine and it's from the heart, is often the most moving. I think we see that in our own relationships and in our own lives. And I think certainly the gods appreciate the beauty in that as well. No, I don't think that's silly at all.
I'd warn against pompousness or edginess. The idea of like going out and painting your face and screaming at the gods for the sake of doing that, for the sake of maybe your neighbor's going to see you and think, oh, wow, this is the most edged Viking lord guy I've ever seen. He's so cool. Oh, that's the wrong way to go into the gods. Don't do that with that sense of pompousness. Yeah, but even like that, I'm not going to beat a dead horse. The Alsherjargothi covered it, but yeah, I would warn against doing it for the sake of the way you would be perceived by others is automatically, I think, a false start, and you shouldn't do that. It should be genuine, should be devotional, and it should be respectful.
Ashley says, Svan, you're the man. How'd you gain so much knowledge, and what was the key to you retaining it all and the best way that you learned?
Thank you for the compliment. You're missed. Good times at the Hoffs, great conversations, great music. I guess, doing this for a long time, coming to the gods in a time, I think I was very blessed to start in the faith before the internet, not because it was a great time. It was terrible. There was not a lot to go on, and now is so much better. But it did formulate, I think, a need to really. I was by myself. I was alone I didn't see Asatru as a religion that was practiced by multiple people or a community. I was just by myself, and so my relationship with the gods, I think, was really built on that time. And I now it's helped me to kind of help other people maybe correlate their relationship with the divine. As far as retention, for some strange reason, I was baptized Lutheran in Iceland. Lutheran is the state church, and I grew up in multiple in Catholic and Protestant denominations, kind of going to all these churches because my mother saw the churches in America as just being so kind of widely varied and odd, and she just let me find things. And in doing so, I was so driven to find the history and the sources of Christianity and of the Bible and things like that. And when at a certain point, right around 11 or 12 years old, it soured on me deeply, and I found the gods through books. And so I've always been a reader, and it, when it really, really inspires me, it seems to somehow stick. Other things can pass through like air, but certain things that I'm passionate about seem. So I think the one thing is if you really want to retain things, come at it with genuineness. And if you don't feel genuine at the time, try to find retainment somewhere else, whether it's a story or through art. I remember drawing Odin in my sociology class in high school, and getting getting yelled at by the teacher for it, just because I wasn't interested in what we were learning. I wanted to draw a picture of Odin, so I drew a picture of Odin and I gifted it, burned it. It's long past since gone, but I still remember that time. So find things that can help you express your devotion and help you retain, even if it's drawing a picture of from the stories or a perception of things, and then sometimes you're just letting it go, gifting it to the gods, and it'll stay. I don't know. It's a hard question.
All right. Well, we're right at the cusp of 4 hours here. Thank you so much for your time and your wisdom that you shared with us this evening, Svan. It's always great to have you on. And next time we have you on, we will talk about the Allfather. Yes.
This is going to be good.
Yes, it is. I look forward to that. That's in 3 weeks from now, I believe. Thank you guys so much for joining us tonight. Thanks for all the questions. Thank you to those who donated. It's much appreciated.
Yeah, thank you for all the great comments and stuff.
A lot of participation tonight. It was really, really nice to see. Until next time, hail the gods, hail the folk, hail the AFA, and remember, victory never sleeps.